Please stand and past department commanders enter to take their place. Thank you.
Captain of the Color Guard, prepare to advance colors.
Color guard, hot, here, who? Carry, who? Right, here.
Advance color.
Forward, who?
And salute.
Salute.
Colors, ho. Right, here. Prepare to post, colors, ho. Post, colors. Present. Huh. On there. Huh. Left. Hit. Forward. Who? Color. Ho. Left. Here. Forward.
Uncover, please.
Let us pray. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to meet again at this Department of Florida Fall Conference as members of the American Legion family. May you guide our hearts and minds with your wisdom and love. Keep us alert to our opportunities and responsibilities as members of this great organization, and make us deserving of the freedom handed down to our generation by those who sacrificed so much in the past. Heavenly Father, bless everyone in attendance today, along with their loved ones and families. Bless our troops around the world and bring them safely home to their loved ones. Bless our time together, and may we ever be loyal to our country and to our God. May the strength of God sustain us. May the power of God preserve us. May the hand of God protect us, and may the way of God direct us. We ask this in your holy name, dear Father. Amen.
Remain remain uncovered.
Resolution 288, adopted by the 67th National Convention, calls for designating a POW MIA empty chair at all official meetings of the American Legion as a physical symbol of the thousands of American POWs, MIAs still unaccounted for from all wars and conflicts involving the United States of America. Accordingly, at this time, the Department POW MIA chairman will place the POW MIA flag on the empty chair as a reminder of all of us to spare no effort to secure the release of any American prisoner from captivity, the repatriation of the remains of those who died bravely in defense of liberty, and a full accounting of all of those missing. Let us rededicate ourselves to this vital endeavor. Place the POW MIA flag on the empty chair.
Let us now recite the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Covered. I will recite the preamble of the American Legion. For God and my country, we associate ourselves together with the following purposes: to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, to maintain law and order, to foster and perpetuate 100% Americanism, to preserve memories and instances of our association with great wars, to inculcate a sense of duty and obligation to the community, state, and nation, to combat the hypocrisy of local classes and masses, to make right the master of might, to promote peace and goodwill on earth, to safeguard and transmit prosperity with the principles of justice, freedom, and democracy, to consecrate and sanctify our companionship, our devotion to mutual office. Good morning. It says I can say in opening remarks, it's not if I'm going to screw up, it doesn't matter when I'm going to screw up, so it's going to happen. September, I went to Washington, D.C. with delegates from Florida. On Monday, we had a meeting. They said to everybody be at the bus at 7:15, we're going to the Capitol. I got there at 10 minutes to 7. I was on the second bus in the middle, and there were 3 buses total. I was in the middle bus. At 10 minutes to 7, I'm in the middle bus. First bus is all full. I sit down, I look at all these Legionnaires. I'm thinking, how can we get the state of Florida be dedicated like these people that are on the bus I'm on, plus the bus ahead of me. I just realized, right now, we're in the bus. You are dedicated Legionnaires. I appreciate what you do. You do truly make a difference to the American Legion. For that, I thank you. It's very humbling to see people from all over the country get together, and the state of Florida to get together and have one common goal: our veterans, our families. So with that, God bless you all. Thank you. Dennis. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mike Helm, a veteran of service in the U.S. Army. Hoorah! Yeah. During the Vietnam War. He was proudly announced to be the Department of Nebraska as a candidate for the high office of National Commander of the American Legion. A 42-year continuous member from Jack High Post 313 in Lebanon, Nebraska. Mike served as the 82nd Airborne at Fort Bragg, North Carolina, and earned his Ranger tag during the year of 1972. At this time, I'd like to introduce Mike Helm.
Well, just a minute here. The first thing I got to do before I go any further. Show my socks. I got to please proceed. Thank all of you for all you do for the American Legion. I guess I was, as we did the opening, I've been to a lot of Legion meetings. And it's always the same that we do, that we always show the proper respect to the flag and to each other, to the POWs. And it's just good to always, no matter where you are for any Legion meeting, you're always home. And I feel home here in Florida. I want to start off and tell you a story, and it's a story I'm sure that most of you know and heard it many times, so I want to tell it again. And it's a story about two old couples that met in the home of one. And after the meal was over, the old gentleman went into the living room and sat, and the ladies went into the kitchen to do the dishes. And while the old gentlemen were in there, the one said to the other, he says, "You know, we were at a great restaurant last night. The service was wonderful. The food was good. It was just a nice experience to be there." And the one said, "Well, what was the name of that place?" And the old gentleman said, what's the name of that flower, you know, it's on a stem and it's red and it's got thorns on it? And the other guy said, "You mean Rose?" He says, "That's right." He said, "Hey, Rose, what was the name of that place we were at last night?" And I tell you that story because a veteran is a citizen of this country who has taken time out of his or her life to defend this country's commitment to justice, freedom, and democracy. And by that action has had his or her life radically and sometimes violently changed. And this country too soon forgets that. And it's up to us as an organization to be the rose that remembers and tells the rest of this country what that sacrifice meant and what it means. And one of the ways that we do that, of course, is through our membership in the organization. That's the voice of the organization. That's how people hear what it is that we're saying, through our membership. And of course, we have the 5-year plan, and we're looking to hit that big new number. And that's not the number we want to hit. The number we want to hit now is plus. We need to stop this downward trend, and we need to move back forward again. We need to get a culture of growth. And that's where we're headed. Of course, we have that 5-year plan to do that. One of the places that I think we need to look is the Vietnam veteran. The Vietnam veteran is now retiring. I retired May 31st. They're looking for things to do to occupy their time. It's time for us to go to them and remind them of the need for their service back into a veterans organization. We were very good to the Vietnam veteran. We worked hard on Agent Orange. We were the largest contributor to the Vietnam War Memorial. We need to go back to the Vietnam vet. 5 million of them, we've got 1 million in our organization, so there's a lot of them out there. We need to go back to them and say, number one, welcome home. What can we do for you? But also, we need your help. That's one of the places. Another place is the women veteran. That's the fastest growing segment of the veteran population, and we need to reach out to the women veterans and get them to see our organization as a veteran service organization of their choice. And then the last place, another place I think we need to look is post-mentorship. We talk about mentorship of individuals bringing some individual along, but we have successful posts out there, and 30 miles down the road, we have a post that is struggling. Those successful posts need to go to those less successful posts and help them along to become as vibrant as they are. And I'm not going to talk anymore about membership, and I'm not leaving anything out specifically. Everybody needs to be a part of this organization. Those are just some areas that I think that we can look at to increase the membership. And I want to touch on the 4 pillars of the organization. Of course, Americanism is very important to the organization. A lot of people are focusing on the Second Amendment and are concerned about it, but I believe that another area of Americanism and probably national security is immigration in this country. We're all immigrants for the most part. That's what made this country strong. That's what makes us what we are today. But the American Legion believes that immigration needs to be fair and legal, and that is the area that we will support. The children and youth also is a great pillar of the organization. In the year that I was a department commander, along with Bob Proctor, Jake Comer raised $1 million for the Child Welfare Foundation. The Sons of the American Legion cut their teeth, so to speak, on the children and youth program. Of course, now they've moved in and are helping us with the other pillars of the organization, and also the Legion Riders with the Legacy Run. What a great part of the organization they've become, and I just challenge the Sons of the Legion Riders to remember that there's a lot more to the organization than just being the raisers of those funds. They need to become a more active part of the organization and move forward. National security is a big concern. There are people in Washington, D.C. and high places that believe that if we were a less powerful country, second-rate power, so to speak, the rest of the world would like us better. Of course, we in the American Legion know that's not true, and we think we need to operate from a position of strength, and so that second-rate power is not a good idea, and we will continue to support a strong national defense. Then, of course, the last pillar of the organization, the reason that we exist as an organization, of course, is the VA&R, to care for those who shall have borne the battle. Traumatic brain injury and post-traumatic stress disorder are the signature wounds of the war that we're engaged in now, the war on terrorism. The American Legion is very concerned that we are utilizing far too many drugs as a therapy to control the condition, and we believe there are outcome-based therapies out there that can help those veterans become a vibrant part of our society once again. I'm concerned about veterans' employment on the federal level, if you apply for a job, one of the federal jobs, and you say in the VA, you get hired, and then they find out you're a veteran, well, then they check you as a veteran hire. Well, they didn't hire you because you were a veteran. They hired you because you applied for a job. There are programs out there that the federal government needs to utilize to seek out those veterans and hire them, and those programs, need to be utilized more on that national level. I want to touch on women veterans again with health care. The System Work Stadium Task Force, and when I was chairman of VA&R, we toured this country at the VA facilities, and it was amazing the difference in women's health care applied at different VA facilities across this country. Anywhere from absolute private entrances for the women to come into the medical facilities, which may be overkill, to the waiting room that over in one corner with a sign dangling down from the ceiling that said Women's Clinic on it. So the discrepancies there need to be addressed, and we need to make sure that we're providing the type of health care that the female veteran needs and wants, and move that forward on a professional type level. And the last area, of course, is the claims process. We had the big splurge where we all of a sudden, all those claims that were over 2 years old disappeared almost overnight. That was good. except that you wonder, after all that time that it didn't happen, that there might have been a little bit of gamesmanship that happened to make those go away, and we'll see if that continues to be a downward trend. The American Legion is concerned. We believe that one way to do it, of course, is hire more adjudicators to work more claims and get it moving along a little better. Of course, that takes time to train those people, so that's not the short-term fix. Perhaps give credit for those claims that are done correctly rather than the quantity of claims the people are doing. And then the last one, of course, is to give the veteran interest on the claim if it goes over 125 days, or perhaps even begin compensation of some sort after the 125 days have passed by. So there are a lot of things going on in the American Legion, and you've been involved in a lot of them. I want to close with another story. It's a true story. A story about a neighbor of mine who was a World War II veteran, a prisoner of war in Germany. He had a large family and struggled. He had some issues and always applied for different ways of assistance and was always turned away. And finally his kids grew up and went away, and his wife and him sold the farm and they moved to town and both had jobs. And then his wife developed diabetes and she died and passed away and he buried her. And then, lo and behold, his claim was approved. And those of you who know and do these type of things know that the check was fairly considerable. And they said, Elton, what do you think of that? And Elton said, well, it's pretty nice. But it'd have been a lot nicer if I'd have had it to buy shoes and food for my family. And many of you know of situations like that. And all the money they gave to Elton was his money. It was his money from the day that he applied for it. They didn't give him any interest. They didn't even say thank you. They just said, here's your check. And that's the reason for our organization. When you do any Legion program, you keep that one veteran in mind. And that energy that you would give to that one veteran, apply it to all of the programs of the American Legion. When I started off, I said that membership is the voice of the organization, but the cry for help from a veteran is best heard through the voice of the American Legion. Let's turn up the volume. God bless America. God bless America's fighting men and women. And most of all, God bless the good people of Florida. Thank you very much.
I'm going to take you back a few years. Back in 91, 92, 19, not 18. This next gentleman and I were department commanders. Tom Bach is a Vietnam-era United States Air Force veteran. He joined the American Legion in 1970 and has served in key leadership positions at the post, district, department, and national level. Additionally, he has served as president of the United Veterans Committee of Colorado, a coalition of over 45 veterans organizations. Thomas Bach of Aurora, Colorado, was elected National Commander of the American Legion August 25, 2005 in Honolulu, Hawaii, during our 87th National Convention. Tom? The only reason I like him is because he's got his lovely wife with him, Elaine.
Good morning. Good morning. It's going to snow in Colorado. I said I'd say that. I noticed that. You know where the rest of us are. Yeah, I will. Commander Art and Dennis and Mike and distinguished guests on the dais and all y'all wearing those red jackets out there. Y'all, I'm in the South now, I can say that. I was born in southern Nebraska. But they wear red, you know, that doesn't show the blood. It's like the British, you know. It's okay. It'll heal. Such an honor to be with you and be invited down to share some time this weekend. Yesterday was incredible. How many of you sat through some of those classes yesterday that wasn't that powerful? Wasn't that good? I mean, that lead training is really the heart of what we're all about, and we need to understand that. But I noticed one thing different. I was going to show you some of my technology, but I lost some of it. All I got now is this little thing. But I occasionally have a couple of moments spare, and someone sent me a link on an email to a YouTube video. Any of you been on YouTube? Most of it's crap. But this particular gentleman, his name is Simon Sinek. So you might go to YouTube and search it. It's Simon, S-I-N-E-K is his last name. And he has a little different approach at things. And his first presentation on there that I looked at was called, it begins with why. And he was talking to a marketing group, a sales group, small group, and he was just addressing. So you need to tune into that and listen to hear what he says, because he's got some nuances to this message that I'm going to share with you that I don't understand, because his vocabulary is up here and mine's not. And so I use different English. But the theme is the same. And he talked about some of the corporations out there. He says, you know, he starts off by saying, why is Apple computer or the Apple industry successful, and some of the other marketing endeavors, some of businesses out there are less successful? And why was he used Martin Luther King as an example? He uses the Wright brothers, and he goes through some different scenarios. But after I straightened it all out, it's about a 20-minute talk, so it's really fascinating. But here's what I kind of gleaned from that. He draws these circles on the wall. He calls it the golden circles. There's 3 circles, concentric circles, the smallest one on the inside. And the middle one he writes why. The next, the center one is why, the middle one is how, and the outside is what. And he says this basically describes an organization or a business. And I relate that to the American Legion specifically in our membership issues. Okay, because what we do with membership, we're out there trying to sell membership, get somebody to join us. And we always do the traditional method, which is you start with what we do, you tell them why we do it, and sometimes we go around, or not why, but how we do it, and then sometimes get around to why. He says, in every organization, universally, everybody knows and completely understands what we do. Goodness sakes, in the American Legion, how many of you have not heard of the 4 pillars? Right. We all know what we do. Veterans, children, Americanism, and national defense. We got that down pat. Everybody knows that. Some of us even know how we do it. We know about our programs, our Boys State programs, our Girls State programs, our lobbying on the Hill for the Department of Defense, supporting of the VA, volunteering at VA hospitals and veterans homes, and helping out veterans and children and their family. Some of us know how we do it, but very few of us understand why we do it. So my question to you today is, why are you here? Have you seen outside? It's gorgeous out there. You live in a wonderland out here of a multitude of things to do, to have fun and entertain yourself, but you chose to be here. Why? Did you ever think about that? Why are you here? Let me give you, I can only relate to one, because everyone's got their own why, but I know my why. And it started a long time ago. Whoops. I want you to meet my wife. Elaine. See, I got my whole speech written down here, and I just didn't get out to read it. And it says right here, introduce your wife. We just just celebrated our 47th wedding. 47th wedding. Yeah, tolerated me. But anyway, that's part of the story, because we got married when we was in the Air Force, right after I got in the Air Force, and served, you know, the other military. We served 4 years, and I say we because she was with me the whole way through it. And when we got out, we moved back to Colorado. And we had an opportunity to rent my father's house, but someone was living in it for a while. So for 30 days, we had the opportunity to live with my in-laws. Her parents. It was all right. I loved her mother. Great lady, wonderful. She actually liked me. And then her father was a retired Air Force officer. So he ran a pretty tight ship, so to speak, airship, but it was a ship. But he was kind of a tough guy to get to know. But when I got back to Colorado, my mission was to get a job. So I was out there every day, and I interviewed and passed out resumes. And finally, after a couple of weeks, I come home and I proudly announced I just got a job offer. I started on Monday with AT&T. I could spell it. I didn't know what it was, but I got a job, and I was really pleased about that. So when I announced that, KB, her father's name, KB Marshall, KB says to me, he says, "Fantastic. Let's go celebrate." And I thought, wow, an opportunity to meet the old man, you know, maybe a little male bonding and tip a few and really get to know him a little bit. So after dinner, we jump in his car and drive down the road a couple of blocks, and he pulled over the side of the road. And I said, "Oh, this is trouble." He said, "We're here." And I looked out, and there's no tavern around that I could see. You know, I thought we was going to go. We walked in this little door and up this hall, and we into a room not near this big. It was probably as big as the center section over here. And one end of it was some chairs set up over there and a podium. And of course, you know the chairs. They're designed specifically for the American Legion. They're steel, they're cold, they're hard, and they're sitting right next to each other. You know? So anyway, we walked in the room, and KB says to me, he says, "Hey, there's a cooler over in the corner. Go get yourself a beer." And I thought, cool, that's all right. Go out with the old man, you know, a little male bonding, free beer. I said, "This is cool." So I popped open the cooler, reached out, grabbed a can, and I said, "This is good." And he said, "Oh, by the way, you drink that pretty quick. The meeting starts in 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. And I'm sitting, 23 years old, I'm sitting close together like this. He put me in the middle, you know, so I could see this podium guy up there talking about things that I didn't care about. Talk about some VA system. He talked about children and youth and oratorical and programs of access. I just kept thinking, you know, when am I going to get that next beer? Then I got it right beside. I told you about this before. Some of you heard this sharp pain. I mean, holy cow, I could hardly handle it. You know? Well, KB was sitting over there, and he gave me one of those elbow things. I know where my wife is. She caught me right here, and he leans over to me and he says, "You owe me $7.50. That was the dues. He says, "You're going to buy one of these caps, too." So even though I volunteered for service in the American Legion, I was drafted, or volunteered for service for the Air Force, but I was drafted in the American Legion. Yeah, absolutely. And I didn't know why. I was 23 years old, and I thought the cooler was a great place to hang out. And the next meeting, he drugged me back, and I thought he was just a membership recruiter. You know, he's a pretty good recruiter. But I found out he was actually running for a post commander, and he just was looking for another post. Anyway, I got elected as sergeant at arms. Yeah, first position in the post. And I told KB, I said, "I don't know anything about that sergeant at arms stuff." He said, "Don't worry about it. All you got to do is sit back by the door during the meeting. You don't let anybody in, don't let anybody out." Pretty cool. I said, "I can do that." 23, I was good at sitting by the door because the cooler was back there anyway. It was okay. So anyway, I did that for a few months, and then all of a sudden KB comes to me and he says, "Tom, we had a prominent Legionnaire die, and you being sergeant at arms, it's your job to put on the funeral detail." Says, "KB, I was in the Air Force. Don't know a whole lot about that." He says, "No problem.
You got this here book, it's called The Officer's Guide. Open it, read it, look at the pictures, you can do it. I got the picture part. Looked through there, found out everything you need to do, you know, the funeral home, the posting of the colors, the honor guard, and you get out to the cemetery and you do the firing squad. The KV, I was in the Air Force. I don't know anything about those rifle things. He says, no problem. We got this gentleman over here, his name is Walter Rocket. We call him Rocky. He was in the Navy, and he knows everything you need to know about those rifles. So I go talk to Rocky, and he says, yep, they're dirty, they're painted, we're going to clean them, strip them, and put them back together. And I said, then make them work? He said, yeah, we're going to do this. Well, we did that. And we went through the whole mechanism. We had the funeral home, the honor guard, we had the color guard, we did all the honors, the bugle, and taps at the cemetery. And I was 23 years old there, mind you. And I thought, pretty good job. I did that. Pretty good, feel good about myself, you know. And we're out there at the cemetery, National Cemetery, and we're putting the rifles away, you know, clear them and put them in to take them back to the post and everything. And I was feeling pretty good. I mean, we did a good job. You know, that's what it's all about. Then a member of this family walked over to me, walked right up to me and said, Tom, I want to thank you for what you did. What you did for us, our family, and our loved one. And it was right then that I got it. I got my why. I understood right then what we're all about. And that was in 1970. And that became my why, year after year after year. And why I'm here today. Why I was fortunate enough to serve you as your national commander. Because it's burning, and I know that why. And I know why I'm here. My question to you is, why are you here? And when you're out there, once you figure out what that why is, when you're out there and you're talking to these young vets that nobody wants to join, I don't believe that, or a Vietnam vet, or a World War II vet, and they don't belong to American Legion, and they first identify themselves, are you a veteran? Do you belong to American Legion? The next question is, why not? And they'll say, why should I? And that's your opportunity. You don't need to talk about the 4 pillars. You don't need to talk about all of our wonderful programs for veterans, children, Americanism, and national defense. You just tell them why you belong. Tell them why you took a weekend and you come in this hotel when it's beautiful outside and you could be doing something else. You tell them why you go to those post meetings that bore you to tears, but you don't want to miss any of them. Why you go to that Friday night dinner, why you go to that veterans home, why you work Boys State or any of our programs. Just tell them why. You don't have to know about the programs, because when they hear your why, they'll say, yeah, I got it. I believe in the flag. I believe in our country. I believe we live in the greatest place on earth. There's nowhere else. And I understand that we believe that the big part, the big reason that this country is so great is because of the sacrifices you made and all the veterans made to love this country, to serve this country, and to be here when they needed us. And if that guy or that gal doesn't join the American Legion, they don't get it. But I know you got it. So share that with them, will you? But I tell you, if you can open your heart, just tell them what you feel. This organization is going to hit that $3 million, and I tell you what, I am so proud again to be here. I introduced my wife. We're good to go. I'm going to be around for a while today, and I'd like to shake some more hands and share some more stories with you. But thank you all for being here. Thank you for discovering your why and sharing it with the rest of the world. And don't forget to listen to Simon Sinek, because he'll give you the details on it. God bless you, and thank you so much. Just so you don't feel left out, here's a pair of socks for you.
I can do this because I'm a past commander and you can't take that away from you. These are socks to me, but they're knee socks.
Sit down. At this time, Mike Helms and Tom Bach, I'd like to induct you into the Loyal Order of the Sons of the Beaches. To all who shall see these present, greeting. Know ye in recognition on his having staggered across latitude 27, 48 inches north, and longitude 82 degrees, 42 inches west, entering thereat the aurora of the Gulf of Beaches of the Holiday Isles in the Gulf of Mexico. Michael D. Helms is the 16th day of November 2013, elected to full membership with the title of Comer, and hereafter shall be known as a true son of the beach. And he will be in the future demonstrate an utter disregard for time and the elements, exposing daily his tender skin to the rays of the tropical sun until it is brown and leathery, and shall consume daily a fifth of old rot gut rum and wash it down with seawater. As head of the Son of the Beach, I command all dive keepers, loan sharks, kindred, float sands, and jet sands, as well as all other sons of the beaches, to show him respect, render him succor and assistance whenever his sons of the beach shall ever enter our realm. Signed by Dennis Bolin, head of the Sons of the Beach, and witnessed by Lonesome Sam. Gift to take back from Florida. A wristwatch that we have. So you don't lose time when you're on the beach. And if you notice, they were supposed to be set for 5 o'clock. Got to be 5 o'clock somewhere. Got to be 5 o'clock somewhere. Thank you much. Put it in your pocket.
Sergeant Arms, would you please escort Lieutenant General Dwayne D. Beeson to the podium, please? Lieutenant General Dwayne D. Beeson was commissioned as a second lieutenant in May of 1974. His initial operational assignment was an AV-8AA carrier pilot in which he completed numerous deployments in both the Mediterranean Sea and Okinawa. In 1982, he was assigned the Marine Aviation Weapons and Tactical Squadron in Yuma, Arizona. He served as an AV-8 tactical instructor. Lieutenant General Beeson currently serves as the President and Chief Executive Officer of Naval Aviation Museum Foundation and the President of Naval Flight Academy. Please welcome Lieutenant General Beeson.
Vice Commander Connie, Adjutant McDonald, thank you very much for the honor and the privilege of allowing me to speak to this prestigious group of American heroes. Thank you for your service, all of you. Thank you for your sacrifice. Our grateful nation salutes all of you. My name is Dwayne Thiessen. As it was mentioned, I'm a retired Marine Lieutenant General, but I serve as the CEO and President of the Naval Aviation Museum Foundation in Pensacola, Florida. And I'm here today to talk to you about a National Flight Academy. We have an opportunity. We have an opportunity for an educational experience, an exciting one, for your children, your grandchildren, your nieces, your nephews, the children of veterans and service members, children of friends of your posts, and I want to introduce you to it today. So I have a short, about 2-minute video. There's a 30-second and about a minute and 30 seconds. So please put the video on if you could.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, lives are at stake here. Give me some options. Simply put, the Flight Academy is an immersive learning environment.
Living aboard Ambition is incredible. It feels so real.
You feel like you're on an actual aircraft carrier.
The experience in itself was entirely awesome.
Best time I've ever had.
We don't focus just on teaching them how to become pilots. We focus on things like science principles, basic use of mathematics, and how we're going to deploy those in day-to-day life.
We're just having fun the entire time, yet we're learning.
STEM education is a very important piece for us, focusing on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Those are key components that we're desperately going to be needing over the next 15 to 20 years in the marketplace.
They teach us more STEM than our school does.
But we also focus on things that are extremely important, like leadership, being a decisive decision maker, being able to speak in a public environment, talk in front of your peers.
It's taught me leadership skills and teamwork and communication. Co-pilot, talk to him. Tell him where he's at.
When you make a donation to the National Flight Academy, you're not only contributing to the Flight Academy itself, but you're also making an investment in the students. You're making an investment in the future of this country. You know that we're making a difference day to day in these students' lives, but we need support to do that. We need your help.
Thank you for investing in me.
Okay, in Commander Bach's language, to use his terms, what I'm going to talk to you about a little bit is the what and the how of how to influence and impact children. The National Flight Academy is co-located with the Naval Aviation Museum in Pensacola, Florida. And I hope this brief video caught your attention because the National Flight Academy offers an inspirational learning adventure. And I mean that, a learning adventure that is unlike any other one in the world. There is nothing like this. There's not even a concept that comes close. It's totally immersive. It's aviation themed and it's nautically themed. And it's a venture for children who are grades 7 through 12. Now, by immersive, let me tell you what I mean. These children are 24 hours a day in an environment that looks, sounds, feels, smells, yes, smells like a ship. They sleep in berthing and they eat on a mess deck. They're divided into squadrons and each one has a squadron leader. They're on the world's only virtual aircraft carrier, which we call the CVT Ambition. The Ambition Experimental Pilots, the AXPs, those are the students. We don't call them students, we call them AXPs. They're an enabled environment, but the focus of the entire day for the entire week is science, technology, engineering, and math, STEM. They must learn the math, they must learn the science, they must learn the skills in order to go to the Joint Intelligence Center and plan the missions, go to the briefing rooms and brief the missions, go to the operations centers and control the missions, go to the simulators and fly the missions, all inside of this same building. Now, like I said, it's a learning adventure like none other. Now, one of your posts for the past 2 years, American Legion Post 340 in Pensacola, has participated in this with us, and they're here today, and I encourage you to seek them out and ask them the hard question. I'm willing to stand on merit for what we do. They have been thrilled with the results. Listen to their account of what we do. Let me tell you what some of the children say when they come out of here, and these are honest quotes. Life-changing, because a child has to find a way to be self-actualized at some point in their life, and we strive to bring them to that point. Best time of my life. I like this one. You tricked me into learning something. Never knew there were so many opportunities for me out there. These are the kinds of things they say. American Legion Post 340 will be again participating with us this coming summer, sending 10 students, AXPs, to our program, and we're asking you to think, consider, ask the questions, consider participating in this with us. You're the most powerful veterans service organization on the face of the earth, and we're asking for your help and for your consideration. Now we come to what Commander Brock would call the why. Help us make a difference in the educational experience, the educational dynamics, and the educational power that our children need to be the leaders that we require in a very difficult, highly technological world that they're going to live and lead our nation in. We have a booth here. I encourage you to come by, pick up information, ask the hard questions, and see what we've got to offer. I want to thank you again for the opportunity to be here with you for these short minutes. Again, it's an honor for me to be here. I have the highest respect for everything that you do. Semper Fidelis.
At this time, I'd like to bring up Mike Ayers of Legionnaires Insurance Trust. Mike?
Michael Ayers is a representative of the Legion Insurance Trust, as the commander said. LIT is the #1 fundraiser for the American Legion Florida and most of the Department of Information with Legion Insurance Trust. And they do a great job, so we want to go ahead and really thank him for being up here today.
Thank you, Mike, Commander, head table guests, ladies and gentlemen, one and all, thank you for including the LIT, the Life Insurance Trust, in your annual fall conference. I take a moment to thank Mike and his staff, particularly Mary, for putting on a fine conference for you this weekend. As a past department adjutant in Indiana, I had the opportunity to serve there 10 years and put on a lot of conferences. I know it's a tremendous amount of work, and I think they've done an outstanding job, and they deserve a round of applause. I also want to acknowledge a fellow LIT consultant and a former past department adjutant in Florida, Dyke Shannon's here today as well. Thank you, Dyke. I I bring you greetings from my dad, Bob Ayers. Bob was I should say, was a consultant for over 20 years with the LIT. He visited Florida many times. He asked me to pass along his greetings and best wishes to you. Dad is going to be 88. All right. Yeah, Dad. Oh, it gets better. It gets better. He is the longest living past department commander in Indiana. I used to call him the oldest living. He asked me to call him the longest living. But he's 88, dating a woman 40 years old. Very lucky. Went to his doctor recently. His doctor said, "Bob, are you really dating a woman 40? And Dad said, "Doctor, yes, I am." The doctor said, "Aren't you worried about a heart attack?" And Dad said, "She dies, she dies." The LIT's been around since 1965. In 1992, the Department of Florida joined the LIT. Last spring, your adjunct trust director, Mike, came to the trust directors meeting, and because of your efforts in purchasing the various insurance products of the LIT, he picked up a check for your veterans, for your youth programs in the amount of $371,375. I think that's a good amount. Since 1992, you're now one of the top receiving departments. You have received since 92 $3,724,649 because of your efforts, and that's tremendous. So thank you. Now, very quickly here, because I know you got a heck of a program this morning, very busy, but I want to mention some things that you already know something about. This is the Accidental Death, the free AD&D program. Many of you have this. If something unfortunate happens to you and you lose your life in an accident, we now pay a death benefit to your beneficiary of $5,000. If that's when you're leaving an official Legion event, like a conference, a Legion baseball game, or a truck contest. If you're leaving a city council meeting, a city park, a family event, we would pay your beneficiary $1,000. Now, Mike and I were talking this morning. I really should thank most of you because you're not signed up, so you're saving us money. We don't want you to save us money. In Florida, in 2012, we paid 5 claims. I don't have the stats for 2013 as of yet. In my home state of Indiana, we paid 8. But Mike and I and Past Commander Bach were talking about incidents where veterans were involved in accidents, like the district commander in Indiana went to a post to install officers, was killed in a highway accident, Interstate 65. Everybody thought he had the free AD&D. He was not signed up. Mike related stories in here in Florida the same way. And Tom Bach told me about a gentleman who was swept away by the floods in Colorado. Didn't have anything, didn't sign up for the free AD&D. Now, you can also always purchase more accidental death if you want, but that $5,000 is free to your beneficiary. And unfortunately, it's something we have to have. If you're not sure if you're in the program, on the back of the brochure is an 800 number. And you can call that 800 number and they'll verify. If you want to sign up again today, I'll mail it in. If you're already in the program, it'll kick your new application out. So I encourage you, for the benefit of you and your family, to sign up for the free AD&D. We've got a little media to our repertoire in the coming year. We don't have time to show it today, but this is a disc, and these are testimonials by 3 veterans, all about 4 or 5 minutes long. Veterans who talk about their service. They talk about the benefits of the LIT insurance programs. I can get you one of these if you want to come out this morning, sign up. I'm happy to send these to you free of charge. They're suitable for showing at post meetings, district meetings. They're also a pretty good recruitment tool. The last thing I want to mention is the poster program. Some of you have these in your post. Come out today, some of you have already done this. If you put your name, the post number, the post address, we will send this free of charge. No cost to you, no cost to the post, free of charge within a couple of weeks, and you can display the outline of the various programs that the trust offers, and you can put brochures in here on the various products that we have for you as well. So I invite you to do that. So in closing, Commander, I said to Mike, is there anything else you want me to talk about? He said, no, I just want you to remember the 3 B's. I said, the 3 B's? He said, yeah, be brief, be sincere, and be seen. Mr. Commander, I've reached number 3. So I would say to you, have a great conference, and thanks again for including the LIT.
Our next speaker had a little bit of stage fright, but she gave me her notes and wanted me to read it to you. Good morning. My name is Regina McDaniel. I promise you, She is the Director of Voter Services for Orange County Tax Collector, and she says that she has worked there for 39 years, and yes, she did start when she was 9. So when you see her out there, go say, 9 years old, was it? She peeked in here and she says, I'm scared, I can't talk. I can't talk to those people. And I said, Regina, they're just like you and me. I know, but I'll mess up. I said, not a problem. So to get her out the hot seat, I told her to be more than glad to go ahead and talk to you about it. And what we're talking about is we're talking about the license plate for the American Legion. Those of you who have already enrolled will have this license plate pin. There's only going to be 1,000 made. Once the first 1,000 license plates are sold, no more pins. So get your commemorative one license plate pin, or and Frank's, he had 3 of them. So if you want to buy one, you can probably buy one from him. Okay. Now how this works is our Legionnaires have expressed to us that they really wanted to go ahead and have a license plate. However, it's a lengthy process, and we were turned down many times by the state of Florida because they said that there were too many specialty plates, and it just would not be a good thing to do. But we insisted, because you insisted, and we went to Tallahassee, and we got the governor to go ahead and give us the authority to go ahead and pursue our license plate. Now, this is how it works. In order for us to pursue our license plates, we have to go ahead and sell 1,000 up front. 1,000 license plates. It sounds like it's pretty simple, especially when we have a membership population of 124,000. Unfortunately, it's been pretty difficult this time trying to get everybody to sign up. We probably have about 750 Legionnaires here, so I ask that you go sign up for your plate if you can, because that's going to take a big dent, and we're going to be where we need to be at. You're also going to have a voice. There are 3 license plates to choose from. Choose which license plate that you think we should have. 1, 2, or 3 on your screen there, and that's the one that we'll pursue based on the membership's request as far as what they want. Now this is how it works. You spend $35 for your license plate. For example, say we don't reach our 1,000 and we don't get our American Legion license plate. The $35 comes right back to you when you purchase another tag, so you're not losing any money. If you do purchase the tag, and we continue to get this off the road, and it's actually starting to work, not only can you as Legionnaires buy the tag, but all the Florida citizens, which we think this is going to be a hot item to them, because how many times do you see a plate like that out there in Florida? I mean, this is awesome. What a way to go ahead and support your veterans in the state of Florida. There's 1,600,000 veterans in Florida. Let's say that 1 million of them purchased a tag. You're looking at $25 out of the $35.50 purchase will go to the American Legion and its programs every year. So this could be big. We could do a lot of things for veterans. For, you know, a veteran comes to your post or comes to the American Legion and says, I don't have money for rent, not a problem. I need money for the scholarships, not a problem. So this is very big for us. Does anybody have any questions about the license plate? Okay, her name is Regina McDaniel. You'll see her out there with the other ladies. They are working very hard for us. They themselves have spouses that are Legionnaires, not Legionnaires, but veterans and soon to be Legionnaires. And they've done a phenomenal job for us. So please say hi and do what you can to go ahead and help us sell these plates. Thank you.
At this time, would Tech Sergeant Heather Brown please stand up, U.S. Air Force, United States Air Force. Thank you. Thank you, Heather.
Commander, I understand that Larry Sheets is in the house.
Correct.
So may I present you with the floor hammer? I will take our gavel.
Larry Sheets, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, I gave that up 5 years ago. Normally at a fall conference, due to the fact you don't elect a delegate to come here, we don't decide any business of the American Legion. However, 2 weeks ago, something came to our attention, and it requires a resolution. And I checked around, and it seems as we have a good representation from about 80% of the posts in Florida that's here. And I think it's of utmost importance that we read this resolution and vote on it. So at this time, I would entertain a motion that we allow this resolution to be read.
So moved.
Ready?
We have to pass the resolution. All those in favor? Aye. So moved.
And I'll read the resolution. This arrived at the department November 14th. It's whereas the American Legion is the nation's largest veterans organization. Whereas the American Legion Department of Florida is constitutively part of the American Legion National Organization. Whereas each year the American Legion Department of Florida is at or near the top in membership. And whereas Arthur J. Schwabe was elected commander of the American Legion Department of Florida, and his main duty is to lead Department of Florida to new heights of membership. And whereas Florida Department Arthur J. Schwabe set as a goal for 2013 and 2014 to receive 109% membership. And whereas Department Commander Arthur J. Schwabe stated in front of God and everybody that if his goal of 109% membership is attained, he would jump out of the perfectly good airplane that's going to land anyway, from an altitude to be determined, but not less than 10,000 feet. Now therefore be it resolved that the former Commander Arthur J. Schwabe is instructed to wear the item contained in the agglomeration which he will soon be presented to him at each official function of the American Legion and the Department of Florida to include but not limited to post meetings and functions, district and area meetings, district and area balls, conferences, picnics, official department functions, and conventions. And be it final resolved that due to the number of years that Department Commander Arthur J. Schwabe has been in the military, that the wearing of the item presented to him is merely to prepare his ample torso for the weight and feel of this item and to prepare him for the possible rigors of and cataclysmal effects jumping from a perfectly good airplane that's going to land anyway may cause to his person.
He'll find out. Mr. McDaniel should carry this one. We classify him as a heavy drop.
Holy crap, this is heavy. I will never open my mouth again.
That's what makes it flow faster.
All I can say is paybacks are hell. I'll try that. You want to open it up?
Right, so you can't even get the riser between his legs. Sergeant at Arms, at this time, would you please bring Gail Moreland to the podium? At our fall meetings this past October, a resolution was read of all the deceased who have gone to the commander of us all. At this time, I would like to present the resolution from the American Legion, Resolution Charles F. Chuck Moreland from Florida. Whereas it has pleased Almighty God, the great commander, to summon to his immortal legions our beloved comrade Charles F. Chuck Moreland, Department Vice Commander 1984 to 1985, Department Commander 1992 to 1993, National Merchant Marine Committee Chairman 1988 to 2013. Whereas we humbly bow to the will of the divine providence, while ever cherishing in our hearts the memory of his distinguished service to our country and his outstanding contribution to the American Legion comradeship. Now therefore be it resolved that the National Executive Committee of the American Legion in regular meeting assembled on the 16th day of October in the year of our Lord 2013 does mourn the passing of our distinguished Legionnaire Charles F. Chuck Moreland, that we commend to all men his works and to God his spirit, and be it further resolved that in token of our common grief, a copy of this resolution be presented to his family, signed by the National Commander Dan Dellinger and also the National Adjutant Dan Weaver. Department of Florida, resolutions, Charles F. Chuck Moreland. Whereas it has pleased Almighty God, the great commander, to summon to his immortal legion our beloved comrade, Charles F. Chuck Moreland, Department Commander 1991, 92, 93 of the Florida American Legion. And whereas we humbly bow to the will of the divine providence, while ever cherishing in our hearts the memory of his distinguished service to our country and his outstanding contribution in American Legion comradeship. Now therefore be it resolved that the past department commanders of the Florida American Legion on this 15th day of November in the year of our Lord 2013 do mourn the passing of our distinguished legionnaires. We commend to all men his works and to God his spirit, and be it further resolved that in a token of our common grief, a copy of this resolution be presented to the family. This is signed by the 15 past department commanders who are here presently.
I will hear from Dennis Boland again.
And you're going to get tired of me. You know, I have the honor to be the president of the National Child Welfare Foundation, and this year, the Child Welfare Foundation, through your efforts, the Auxiliary and the Sons of the American Legion, we raised $769,320.60. That's the Legion National. Here in Florida, the 840 raised $933.50. Payroll deductions was $241.30. The Sons of the American Legion was $23,554. The Legion was $31,187.44. And the Auxiliary was $29,548.46 for a total of $85,464.70 the Department of Florida family raised. That is 17% the money the Legion raised of what the National Legion raised. We gave 17%, Legion only. As a family, we raised 11% of that $769,000. So it's a great job that Florida always does. This year we had a little over 125 grants turned into the Board of Directors to review And after reviewing, we gave out $644,005. I don't know where the $5 came from, but we gave it out. And grants to 21 children's organizations. Some of the grants that were given out were Autism Speaks for $32,350, Chadwick Center for Children and Families at Brady's Children's Hospital of $40,350, the Children's Hospital and Medical Center Foundation, $14,200, the Cornelia E. Lane Syndrome Foundation, $18,287, Father Flanagan's Boys Home, a.k.a. Boys Town, $35,500, Joe Foss Institute, $10,000, Leukemia and Lymphoma Society, $5,000, National Braille Press, $18,500, Organization for Autism Research, $67,400, Partnership for Food Safety and Education, $20,006, and the Young Marines, we gave $90,000. Sorry about a snafu that happened. We have had a major change over at National. The gentleman that was the Executive Secretary for the Child Welfare retired, and he left all the information in his head when he left. So the person that took his position has tried very hard to get everything right. His secretary was new because the secretary, she got a better job and she left. So what happened was they mailed all the plaques and emblems to the post, which I normally give out here. So I'm very sorry for that. About the only thing I do have, which I got a hold of them, is the lapel pins for individuals that donated money. But the Guardian plaque, or no, I'm sorry, the caretaker plaque, which if you donated $500 to $750, Jacksonville Post 137, Lehigh Acres Post 323, Orlando Post 331, Tampa Post 334. The Guardian Gold plaque, $1,000 donation or more, went to District 4, Punta Gorda Post 103, Largo Post 119, Isla Mirada Post 145, Cuesta Post 271, Fort Myers Beach Post 274, Cantonment Post 240, Lady Lake Post 347, and American Legion Riders Punta Gorda Chapter 103. Individual awards, if you are here, please come up. John and Billy Colombo. All right, Diane Thibodeau and Blaine and Constant Gerard. She will be accepting on their behalf, friends and family. They are receiving an Amethyst lapel, child welfare lapel pin. Robinson Construction. Anybody from Robinson Construction? Edward and Marilyn Jedry. Arthur and Belinda Dudley. They received a 5-star diamond lapel pin for a $1,000 donation they gave. Steve Slatka received a 5-star diamond lapel pin for $1,000 that he donated. Jay Conti, 5-star diamond pin for lapel pin for $1,000 he donated. And I left mine at the house. I got a $1,000 donation also. Since our inception, we have given over $13 million to children's organizations, so you got to give yourself a round of applause for that amount of money. At this time, I'd like to present an award. Art, so sharp. This is the U.S. UDI Grant Award. The Department of Florida donated the most money of any department family-wise. We donated, like I said, the $89,000. But the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation, the U.S. UDI Grant Legacy Award for 2012-2013 presented to the Legion family, the American Legion Department of Florida, in recognition of outstanding support for the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation. We thank you. No person was ever honored for what he received. Honor has been rewarded for what he gave. Calvin Coolidge. Next thing that has always been my pride, we haven't won it for a long time, is the Garland Murphy Award, which means the Florida Legion was the best Legion on donations of any Legion department. The Garland D. Murphy Jr. Award, presented by the American Legion Child Welfare Foundation, the American Legion to the Department of Florida for the program year 2012-2013, in recognition of their designation of the #1 department in total contributions received from their volunteers in support of our annual program designed to meet the physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual needs of our nation's children through productive and meaningful grants. Signed by Executive Secretary Jason Keyes and President Dennis Boland. The American Legion Department Commander of the Year Award, presented to Arthur L. Dudley II, formerly known as Gunner. Department of Florida, for outstanding membership performance in 2012-2013, exceeding 100% of the department membership goal by the May target date. In witness whereof, this plaque is given under the hand and seal of the National Commander and duly attested by the National Adjutant at the 95th National Convention, Houston, Texas, this 24th day of August 2013. Attested to by James E. Jim Couts, National Commander, and Daniel S. Wheeler, the National Adjutant. Congratulations.
I just want to say a few words. They're in the office over here. We were up on stage quite a bit in Houston, and we owe it all to each and every one of you. You guys did through, you guys came through. You always remember that everything is Veterans Day, and you know the why. Real heroes don't wear capes, they wear dog tags.
A couple of people said they had donations for the Child Welfare Foundation. If you'd please come up, present those donations. Let you know, Keys Memorial Post 145 in Islamorada donated $1,000. The Sons of the American Legion 378 from Gulf Breeze, Florida, they also donated $1,000. On behalf of my wife, I would like to donate $1,000 Families, Post 271 in Sequesta, Florida. No checking. Hate when you get old, your hands don't work. $500. Now Park 104, $500. Heisler Johnson, Post 119, $1,000. Now this really grieves me, but for what you did, I have to present this to our commander. A 5-star Diamond Child Welfare lapel pin.
At this time, I'd like to bring up Doug Lippert from Child Oregon Transplant Association. Doug?
Well, this is a very appropriate time to say thank you to Dennis and all of you who contributed to the Child Welfare Foundation. We received $41,050 from the Child Welfare Foundation this year in the form of a grant to help do what we do. And what we do is we help families of children and young adults when that child or young adult needs a life-saving organ, tissue, or bone marrow transplant. And it is no exaggeration to say we couldn't do what we do without the American Legion. When we train families, we tell them how great the American Legion is in their support of us, and they ask how we can do our services for free, and we show them the DVD that has the Legion logo on there, the organ donor cards that have the Legion logo, the annual report that has the Legion logo, the calendar that has the Legion logo. That's all because of your generosity, so thank you. I'm here to tell you a little bit more about CODA and speak on behalf of Commander Schwabe's project. The first thing I will mention is that Art told me I can't go back to Indiana until all these are sold. So they're $1 a piece at the CODA table for a GPS system. We have $71 in there now. It would be nice to at least double that by the end of the day, so please stop by and take a chance on that. I'm so proud to work for CODA. I'm equally as proud to be a member of Squadron 155 in Carmel, Indiana, of the SAL. When I leave here, I'm going to be visiting my Uncle Frank in Tavares, who is a World War II vet and not doing very well. But he was 16. He had his mom sign a document that she didn't know what the document was, but what it was allowing him entrance into the United States Marine Corps. All right, so back to the name of the project is Quarters for CODA. Art's told me that he's glad to accept 50-cent pieces, Susan B. Anthony dollars, any sort of folding money, and checks. I've been overwhelmed at the phone calls that I've gotten from posts and squads and units in Florida. One in particular called me and said, we have some money to send and we're not sure what to do with it. And it's only $55. Well, what I said was, $55 is a wonderful amount. Since we help with expenses, anything that's related to the transplant, $55 will fill someone's tank with gas so that they can get to the transplant center. The Ronald McDonald House never turns people away, but they ask for $20 a night. And for a family who's struggling to be able to say, here's my $20 that we can provide to them with your help, instead of saying, I'm sorry, I don't have any money, is a wonderful, wonderful thing. So $55 is at least 2 nights in the Ronald McDonald House. I don't want to, I want to encourage you that any amount, even dollars, help. I also want to tell you about a new family that I think you'll meet in June if I'm able to be invited back. we have kind of a hat trick or triple crown in Florida now. We have a dad who is active duty, stationed in Pensacola, member of the American Legion in Kentucky, whose son had a liver transplant 2 weeks ago in Florida, and is doing very well. Not well enough to come today to talk, but hopefully well enough to come in June and talk to you. Their name is the Faulkner family. If you have done anything in any way to help with the Commander's project, I won't ask for a show of hands. I would like to ask you to please come by the Coda booth. I have Miracle Maker pins for you. If I happen to run out, we'll send another box to Art and he can distribute them. So please come by and get that pin. Remember the raffle. The project still has many, many months to go, and thank you so much for your service and your support.
I'd just like to say, I know this is my project, the Title I Transplant Association. I've known Doug for quite a while. Probably 6-7 years ago, when I first met Coda with Dennis and I, we went there for the 25th anniversary. And you see these kids after their transplants, what they can do. It's just amazing. The money's going to stay in Florida. We're going to do it for our kids. For our kids in Florida, we're not going to send them someplace else. And I truly hope, I'm so proud of all of you, what we've done. It's just amazing. It's hard to fathom sometimes how great this organization is. Thank you all so much. At this time, I'd like to bring the Sons of the American Legion up here, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'm Kurt Miller. I'm proud to serve as Detachment Commander this year. With me is Mike Cohen, my Sergeant at Arms. Steve Ford, and I'm down there from the 13 districts by historian. I want to thank all the veterans for their service. If it wasn't for our veterans and the men and women of our armed forces today, we wouldn't have the freedoms we have in this wonderful country or this great organization we call the Legion family. And that's something I really believe in, is the family, as does your commander, Art. Been traveling the state. I have got warm welcomes everywhere I've been, and not only from the Legionnaires, the Sons, the auxiliary, everybody, the riders. And I'm enjoying it so much, I'm going to do it again next year. I'm having fun. I have met a lot of wonderful people, and I wish I could do this the rest of my life. Going around and representing something you really believe in, it's not work, it's fun, it's enjoyable. And taking care of kids and our veterans, what could be better? I am so proud to be associated with the American Legion. I actually signed up my brother, my 2 nephews, I'm getting ready to sign up my granddaughter when I go home next week. She will turn 1. And that's my first chance to get up there, so she will be a member. We're working hard on all our programs, which we are a program under the Legion. So count on your SAL. Tell them you need the help, or whatever. We're here to support you. You're the ones that gave us all this. And I thank you again. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to call forward my NEC, Bill Kelly.
I'm going to keep things moving along, and I'd like to introduce our returning National Vice Commander, who's now our NEC, John Jennings. Would you come to the podium?
Good morning, Legionnaires. Good morning. You know, it's nice to be home. I had a great big experience as National Vice Commander, and I want to thank each and every one of you for your support. It was ambitious, it was fun, learned a lot. Still don't like to talk in front of people, as you can tell. But, you know, it really gives you some appreciation when you come home to what we do in the state of Florida. You know, out of the 12 detachments that I was over, I got to visit 6. Out of those 6, they're doing great things also. But, you know, with our group, with our family, we do stuff right in the state of Florida. And I want to thank each and every one of you for your support through the years. But what brings me here is an individual that, you know, it's going to be kind of unique to introduce this individual. He gets his eligibility through his father, George, who served in the Army in World War II. He's been a squadron commander, district commander, detachment commander from 2001, 2002. At the national level, he's the National Finance Chairman, National Children and Youth Chairman, National VA&R Chairman, National Community Affairs Chairman, and National Homeland Security Chairman. And he also served as National Vice Commander from 2010-2011. I won't hold it against him, but he's the owner of a tax collecting and accounting service, but we won't hold that part against him. He's married to his lovely wife, Bobby, and they have 3 boys, Justin, Jake, and Josh. His son, Justin, is currently serving in the Military Army National Guard as a cavalry sergeant. He has 2 sisters, Nancy and Barb, and a brother, Benny, who served in the Marines during the Vietnam War and has gone on to post everlasting. He believes his greatest accomplishments are the honorary life membership that he has with the Sons of the American Legion and his 3 boys. He was elected at this past national convention, 42nd National Convention in Houston, Texas, and it's a great honor for me to introduce to you Mr. Joe Gladden, National Commander, Sons of the American Legion out of the Detachment of Maryland.
It's a great honor to be here today. This is actually my first trip. I wasn't able to make it here as candidate, so to be here as National Commander is indeed a great honor. My theme this year is United in Service. 3 simple words, United in Service. And United in Service means united in service with the American Legion Auxiliary, the Legion Riders, and the Sons of the American Legion, all working together to make our organization the most successful, to make our country the greatest it can be. My project this year is a Legacy Scholarship Fund. I like to talk about the Scholarship Fund and from the respect of that if you were a soldier, whether you be a male or a female, and you went overseas serving your country, and over there and you left behind your family, you left behind your children, and you don't come back, and you're not there for your son or daughter as they grow up, and you're not there to see them go into college, and you're not there to provide family support to make that happen. Well, that's where the Legacy Scholarship Fund comes into play. The American Legion in 2001, after we were attacked, realized that there was a need to take care of the children of our fallen soldiers, and so they established this fund. The Legion Riders have done an incredible job with it over the years, and I'm so thankful that they have. But I believe the Sons of the American Legion, like they have done with the Child Welfare Foundation, can do even more for the Legacy Scholarship Fund than we have in the past. So this year I'm challenging the Sons of the American Legion to raise $250,000 to help our children of our fallen soldiers. I'm going to tell you a little joke, a little story. There's this gentleman and his wife. They go to the state fair every year, the Florida State Fair. And every year he goes up, there's a biplane there, and he wants to get on that biplane. And his wife says, "George, sorry, you can't get on that plane, it's $20, and $20 is $20. So year after year, he keeps going up, and he keeps going up to the gate, and year after year, she keeps saying $20 is $20. So finally, he's about 70 years old, and the pilot hears him talking. And he's thinking, this is going to be the last year I'm ever going to have a chance probably. I'm getting too old for this. And the pilot walks up to him and says, listen, I'll tell you what, I've been listening to you for all these years, and if you go up in the plane with me and you promise not to say a single word while I'm flying, I'll let you ride for free, both of you. So they go up on the plane, and the pilot's doing all his loops and spins and dives and everything else. And they come down and they land. And the pilot looks back and he says, what happened to your wife? He says, well, about halfway through, she fell out. He says, well, why didn't you say anything? He says, well, after all, $20 is $20. Now, the point of that story is, sometimes we think $20 is a lot of money. But $20 can go a long way. If each of us contributed $20 towards the Legacy Scholarship Fund, just think what a difference we could make in the children. So with that, I just want to say thank you for having me here this weekend. I look forward to speaking with more of you as the weekend goes on. I'm enjoying this year as National Commander, past National Commander clearance. It's great to see you again, sir. You did a wonderful job as Commander, and I appreciate your service to the organization. Dennis has been a dear friend over the years, and Dennis, I want to thank you for all your service to the Children and Youth Commission and all that you've done. Mr. Commander, the stage really isn't that high. I don't think you need a parachute. But I appreciate your service to the organization as well, and thank you for having me here this weekend. And God bless America. At this time, I'd like to bring up Doug Lippert again and Lynn Felice for a presentation, and Sid Damsgaard from Post 275.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes of your time. My name is Lynn Felice. I am the president of Unit 275's Auxiliary in Dunedin, Florida. 4 years ago, the Auxiliary decided we wanted to sponsor a charity golf tournament, each time following under our Children and Youth program. 2 years ago, Commander Artemis Erna brought in a family from Coda, and it really touched my heart. And I wanted last year's tournament to be for Coda. But we found out that one of our own junior auxiliary members had juvenile rheumatoid arthritis. So we switched gears, and we made last year's tournament for JRA, and we're able to give the Arthritis Association $5,500. So when the commander this year made Coda his special project, it was a perfect fit for us to be able to designate Coda as our beneficiary this year. Coda was added to the auxiliary's donation remittance form, so it falls under our programs. And wow, the outpouring of love and support, not only from my own unit and our Post 275 family, but from other sister units and posts in the 16th district, all of our golfers, our sponsors, and our community was truly amazing and quite humbling. And I made a personal goal this year to raise $7,000 for Coda. Well, Doug, Commander, we not only did that, we blew that out of the water. And it is Unit 275's great honor and pleasure today to present you two a check for $11,000.
On behalf of the Department of Florida, we have a COTA shirt for Lynn, a golf shirt, and their tournament that they had, I had the pleasure of playing it this year. It sells out in 2 weeks. Over 144 golfers in 2 weeks is full. It's a great tournament. Looking forward to next year. It's just outstanding. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Great, thank you.
And with respect to your adjutant, I'll tell you I'm a Hoosier, and you have to do the math to see how many nights at Ronald McDonald House. But it's a lot. I want to present Lynn with a COTA Miracle Maker pen, special edition pen, and a couple of COTA caps.
Oh, I love my baseball cap.
And just say thank you so much.
At this time, I'd like to call up the auxiliary for a presentation. Come on, Jerry.
Good morning. Woo. Nice looking faces out there. All right. I'm just happy to be here, to be a part of this family. As you know, the auxiliary, and of course the Legion and the Sounds and everyone, we're a family. We are uniting. Unity is what we're working for. Across the aisle, as we say. Reach across the aisle and be nice to your fellow. We are cruising for unity, and I'm glad to be the captain. And glad to have you aboard also. My little greeting is very short, but I hope that you have a wonderful I guess so far you have had a wonderful conference. We're doing the same thing. We're all in here together for the veterans, the children, and our communities. And thank you for having me.
keeping in tune with the airborne theme, I'd like Sergeant Benjamin Van Buren, please stand up. He's a 10-year U.S. Army active veteran. He is a U.S. Army Master Rated Jump Master. Where's the pride of them jump wings? He has 3 tours in Afghanistan, and has received the Purple Heart. I commend you and I congratulate you and thank you for your service.
Now we have Clarence Hill, past National Commander, to talk about the centennial briefing.
Morning. As an aside, you all know that 5th District visit for the Department Commander is around Pearl Harbor Day. The Navy makes a ship available to us. They determined last year that the Pearl Harbor survivors were too old to go to sea, so we do it pierside now. And I'd just like to commend you all for that latest addition to the commander's attire, because we in the 5th District volunteered him for the man overboard drill. That should go a long way to helping me.
I appreciate it.
I thank the commander for giving me the opportunity to be the chairman for the committee for the centennial celebration for the American Legion. Nationals had a committee in place now for over a year, and you've heard a number of people mention that one of the goals is to reach 3 million in membership. And that's going to take a lot of work from the entire organization, and I encourage you all to get out there and explain the why, like Commander Bach said, and get on with the recruiting effort here. And to me, two of the keys to recruiting is retain the people that you have. Don't just bring new members in and take care of those new members, but take care of the members you have and retain them. And the second was one of the thrusts when I was commander. I believe in those social networks, that your presence on those social networks gets noticed, that the younger veterans see what you're doing, and when you have a presence on those networks, you give them the opportunity to contact you and become part of the organization. As you know, the Centennial is scheduled from the 2018 convention for 15 months until the fall convention in 2019. So I'm looking for volunteers to serve on this committee. Not want to have a very big committee, maybe one person from each area to help with it. Now, Shelley Romeo from the 15th District Central area there has already volunteered, so I already have one. You can contact me by email or on Facebook if you're wanting to volunteer. Now, y'all know that, and I can say y'all because I was born in Southern Ohio. Y'all know that I have no imagination. So whatever ideas you all have for this centennial, I'm open to them. You don't have to be on the committee to volunteer your ideas, your thoughts for what at the department level we can do to celebrate the centennial. I'm looking into the department's history and the formation and those kind of things, and over the next couple of years I'll be putting out some link articles that will include that information. There's one in the link right now that encourages you all to visit the Legion website, legion.org, and if you go to legion.org/centennial, you can share your post stories. There's a lot of posts already there. You can get an idea of what's happening on that Centennial website. National has a little, not very thick, a lot of pages with blank, fill in the blank kinds of things for you. That gives you some guidance on what you can do to look up your post history and make it available on that website. I have 5 of these here that if anybody's interested, I'm willing to part with them. I have no attachment to them. If you're welcome to take them with you. So, like I say, if you're interested in volunteering for this committee, if you have ideas that you can share with me, I'd appreciate all the help that I can get. So once again, thank you, Commander Schwabe, for the appointment, and I hope you all will help the Department of Florida make this celebration a great one. Thank you.
Next up will be Paul Martell regarding the resolution for Department of Florida. Paul?
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Some big shoes you're going to fall up here, isn't it? This concerns a resolution that we're bringing to your attention. It was, the resolution below was adopted by Post 120 in the regular meeting dated October 17, 2013. The resolution is as follows. Subject, support of the 2020 National Convention to be held in Tampa, Florida. Whereas, emerging from the battlefields of World War I, the American Legion was fashioned by the foresight and experience of military veterans and forged by the determination of its membership in the early years to become the largest veteran service organization in the nation today. And whereas, on November 10, 12, 1919, the first National Convention of the American Legion was held in Minneapolis, Minnesota, and from which came a permanent constitution, a slate of elected officers to head the organization and the principles that would define its work. And whereas, the year 2020 marks the 101st anniversary of the American Legion, and whereas the last National Convention held in the state of Florida was in 1997, and whereas the American Legion Department of Florida is able and willing to support a national convention through voluntary services and a financial receive account as stipulated by the national headquarters of the American Legion, and whereas Tampa, Florida is able to and willing to host the National Convention in 2020. Now therefore be it resolved by post number 120, the American Legion Department of Florida, in a regular meeting assembled in Holly Hill, Florida on October 17, 2013, that the American Legion Department of Florida concur and support the National Convention to be held in Tampa, Florida in the year 2020. The reason we bring this to your attention, we want you to think about this. There'll be more information coming to you about the convention site. We think it's time to have it again. 1997, we broke the water by Mr. Bob Proctor, our past NEC. He did an outstanding job for the great state of Florida, but more importantly, he gave us foresight of what needs to be done. We do not take this lightly. We know it's going to be a major, major job. And I'm counting on many of you to step up to the plate and be part of that great, great work that we're going to do. Florida, as been said before this morning, is a shining star in the eye of the Florida American Legion, of the state National American Legion. I want you, or I'm asking you, to please consider and make sure that you give your support on this resolution. I thank you for your time, and Mr. Commander, I thank you for giving me the opportunity to be able to speak to this distinguished audience. Thank you.
The reason we're doing it this time is it has to be in the hands of the National by April. So I'd just like to have someone make a nomination that we do that. Second? Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Well, thank you. We'll bring this up again tomorrow at the E-Board for their final approval, but thank you for the support. It's about time we put Florida on the map again. Thank you. At this time, we're going to have candidates call. Would the following individuals please come up here? You have 5 seconds to speak. Oh, I told you I was going to make mistakes. Walt Samuel Neatman, Steve Newman, Shelley Romine, Sue Mason, Larry White, Gene Smith, yours truly, that's me, Al Porter, Phil Harrelson, Dennis Bowen, Steve Slatka, Bob Kiley, Jim Zippler, Jim Ramos, and Jay Conley. You have 3 minutes to speak. I changed my mind. We're ahead of time, but we don't want to slow it down. Yeah, just another mistake, Al, don't worry about it. Sandman?
Friends and fellow Legionnaires, good morning. My name is Walt Sandman Eastman, and I have had the distinct privilege and the honor to serve you as your Department of Florida Sergeant at Arms. I also wanted to thank you for your trust and confidence in electing me to Department of Florida Sergeant at Arms. And last year I made a campaign promise, a promise to bring consistency. So today I'm announcing my candidacy for re-election to the Department of Florida Sergeant at Arms. And I'm asking you, my fellow Legionnaires, for the same trust, confidence, and vote to elect me and allow me to serve you as your Department of Florida Sergeant at Arms 2014-2015. I salute you for your service and thank you.
Good morning. I'm your department captain, as you can see, Steve Newman. And before I go, I want to thank all of you who supported me for this year. I've been very blessed. I've met a lot of wonderful people, veterans, and I still continue to do that. And if you go ahead and elect me, I'll continue to do that for 2014, 2015. I feel blessed and honored to be able to serve you, and I would love to do it again. Thank you for your time. God bless you. God bless the American Legion, and God bless America.
Good morning. My name is Shelley Romano. I'm running for the historian for 2014 and 2015. I earned my eligibility in the American Legion with my service in the U.S. Army during the Panama era. And right now I'm currently the 15th District Adjutant as well as a rhetorical chair. I'm also my post historian, and I'm also my Writers Chapter's membership chair. So I ask for your support and for everything else, and actually, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Most of you know me. I'm Sue Mason. I've served as the historian since June 2008, Paul Martell's year. Since that time, I have prepared history books for national competition. The first year we came in #1. Must have been beginner's luck because it didn't do too well for the next couple of years, but this past year we were #2. So I enjoy being a historian. I am retired. I can devote all of my time to going around, taking photos, preparing books, and also giving photos to certain people when they ask me for them. I'm a life member of NADAL, which is the National Association of Department Historians of the American Legion. I have served as their recording secretary for at least 2 years, and it seems like longer, so it could have been 3 or 4. I just hope that I have done the job that you expect out of a department historian, and I hope for your vote come June. Thank you.
Good morning, Florida Legionnaires. For those who don't know me, I'm Homer Gene Smith. For the last 52 years, I have stood up and served my country, my community, and my fellow veterans. For 23 years, I served my country in the United States Army, retiring in 1985 as a Master Sergeant E8. Subsequent to service to my country, I served more than 20 years as a deputy with the Flagler County Sheriff's Office, protecting the citizens of Flagler County and the state of Florida, retiring in 2005 as the supervisor of courthouse security. I served the veterans and their families of this state for more than 30 years as a member of the American Legion, Department of Florida. The highlight of my 30-year tenure with the American Legion was serving as your department commander in 2000-2001. The reason I stand before you today is not about a red cap or a long title. It's about service. Service to you and the Legionnaires of Florida. The Department of Florida historically has a noticeable presence at National. The successes are measured and characterized by the elected representatives you send to Indianapolis. I ask for your support in June to allow me to serve you and this great department as your next National Executive Committeeman alternate for 2014-2016. If you want to know what I've done for the American Legion, my letter of endorsement outlining those qualifications is on the department website, and you can read it at your leisure. Thank you very much for your time.
My name is Art Schwabi. I'm the department commander. I'm running for National Executive Committee alternate. Any one of the candidates are qualified, there's no doubt about that. I want to continue serving you as I have this year. It's a great organization. I don't want to stop. I'd like your support 2014. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Al Porter. If everyone doesn't recognize me by this time, I am running for National Executive Committeeman alternate. I have served you as your department commander, membership chairman. I've served on national committees. I was your membership chairman when we had our last all-time high for the state of Florida. I would like to continue working for you at the national level. I would appreciate your support in June. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Phil Harrelson. I'm past department commander 2009-2010. I stand before you this morning as a candidate for National Executive Committeeman alternate 2014-2016. I've been in the American Legion for over 16 years. My eligibility, I retired from the United States Marine Corps after 30 years to my service to my country. 2 years of that was served in Vietnam in the combat zone. For the past 16 years, I've been a post commander, district commander, area commander, department sergeant at arms, department vice commander, department commander. I enjoy it. I feel proud to represent you, the state of Florida, as a Legionnaire. I feel that I have the qualifications, the knowledge, the experience to serve as your next National Executive Committeeman alternate for the state of Florida. God bless America, God bless the American Legion, and God bless our troops serving in harm's way, protecting our freedom as we did many years ago. Thank you.
Good morning, fellow Legionnaires. My name is Stephen Slackton. I'm a candidate for the new position of 3rd Vice Commander. My endorsement letter is on file, so no need to go through that. But I do want to say to my fellow Vietnam veterans, happy 50th. Do you believe it's been that long? January 28th, my 4-year term as councilman for the city of Bonita Springs comes to an end. During that period of time, I had to go to Tallahassee 4 times, and throughout my 4-year term, I always try to seek out those who were in favor of veterans and to help out as much as possible. And there are 2 that I really have enjoyed being with, Representative Ray Rodriguez and Senator Elizabeth Benaquisto. On the national level, Congressman Trey Grayler.
However, the third vice commander is about programs. And there are two things I'd like to accomplish. One is to do exactly that, to keep moving towards those state representatives and make sure they know what the American Legion is all about. And the second thing, I know that Jay Conte has been asking about, we have one Hodges University, one University state of Florida, where there's an American Legion post. It's not easy to move with those things, but I do have an appointment next week with Dr. Bradshaw for Florida Gulf Coast University, better known as Belk City. To talk about the 1,400 veterans that they have there to possibly start a new post. I hope and look forward to seeing you in June and hope that you will think about, and I humbly ask you to vote for me because I will work very diligently for increasing the program's visibility in the state of Florida. Thank you. God bless you.
Good morning. There's a lot of people that would say you give me a mic and you might not get out of here till a week from Wednesday, but I'll keep it short, I promise. I'm running for second vice commander for the state. I have had the honor of being the 6th district commander for a couple of years, and the highlight of that was our district took race to the top in the top category twice. It's never been done before. Now I'm the area commander for the eastern area, and I'm working on getting an all-eastern area race to the top. And right now, we're second and third place in the state, and it's going to change next Thursday. But, and as that being said, I'm a 38-year member of the Legion. My letter's on the website. It details some of the things that I have been. What I hope to do is bring a little bit of pride back to the Legion. When I've gone around to a lot of posts, it's almost like they're in any bar or any post. They don't look at it as a Legion. I think it's time to bring the pride back into the Legion, and that's one of the things I'm going to be working for, because you did an awful lot to be eligible to be members of this Legion, and it's time we took that pride and we stood up and said, we are Legion. Thank you very much for what you do. I hope I have your support in June. Thank you.
Before I introduce myself, people keep calling me Gunner. Will a real gunner please stand? There's 3 major differences. No ponytail, not as much gray, and definitely a lot younger. Love you, bro. My name's James Zippler, member of Post 152 in Tampa, Florida. I am a candidate for the high office, the first vice commander for the Department of Florida, 2014-2015. I've been a Legionnaire for 30 years. My eligibility comes from 23 years of service, the United States Marine Corps, including 2 tours in Vietnam as a grunt for Air Force people, that's infantry. And the rest of the time in the United States Army, retiring in 1988. I continue to serve my nation and my community as a police officer in the city of Tampa, retiring in November 2004. I believe I'm qualified for the job of post, district, area commanders, and other positions throughout both the Legion, as I've been around for about 30 years. I look forward to working for you, doing the best I can. I have a lot of ideas, particularly since first vice primary going to be membership, and I've talked to a lot of you as your district meetings and some of your post meetings. I look forward to serving you as one of you. I'm a strong believer in there is no rank among us. We all serve as equals. I salute you.
Good morning, Florida Legionnaires. My name is Jim Ramos. I'm running for Department First Vice. to continue serving you as I have done in the past. Programs, school medals, voice state, oratorical, and membership. Training, I have been training you for the last since 2006 in everything I can teach you to continue this great organization. In membership, in the district, area, and last year, as your department membership, we did 101%. And that's what I'm going to give you if you give me the opportunity to serve you as your next First Vice Commander of the Department of Florida. Thank you.
Back in the year 2000, you gave me the opportunity to serve as your alternate National Executive Committeeman. I hope you feel I have done a good job for the Department of Florida and work as a team with you. I have the opportunity to represent you as your National Executive Committeeman of the National Organization come this June, and I'm asking for your support to elect me your National Executive Committeeman for the year 2014 and 2016. I've worked diligently. When I speak, at the end I always tell you how I feel about you, and that's my belief. You are my family, and I love you like my family. I lost my wife 10 years ago. I have a friend, but it's nothing like losing your wife and then finding a family like this to help and carry you through it. Thank you for what you've done for me, and I hope I can in return do the same for you. God bless you.
Well, Mary told me I had 30 minutes, and I got 10 pages here to talk about, but I think everybody said a lot here, so I'll be brief here. All of you know me and how I hold training, that we need to train our Legionnaires, our fellow Legionnaires. Last year, when the Sergeant at Arms Manual was put into place, we trained over 500 Legionnaires across the state of Florida, gave 1,000 Sergeant at Arms Manuals out in the Legionnaires' hands, Sons of the American Legion, and also auxiliary members. As I promised last year in my campaign, running for Vice Commander, that will be introducing a camp commanders and also a finance officer book. Those are in draft form. Select past department commanders have copies of them. They're going to be looking at them and getting back to me, and we're going to put it in firm, and we'll get it out to the Legionnaires later on. One thing I think we need to do in the Department of Florida is have our own Department Legion College. Not just the National Legion College, but we need a Department Legion College. And that's one of the goals next year is a Department Legion College. Let's pick up the pace a little bit. Let's go full speed ahead for our veterans. A lot of you talked to me over the last few days. You know what I'm about. If you need to talk to me some more, find me out there. Come to my hospitality room tonight, room 714. We'll talk some more. Thank you. Yeah.
You know, it's nice to see so many candidates running, and I hope that all your posts don't just have one person running for an office, but you give people an opportunity to have more than one person run for an office. Give people a choice. It's not about friendship. I don't want to run against him because he's my friend. It's the matter of running for the office, not against the individual. So give your post people an opportunity to let them make the choice who's the right person. Don't let friendship be involved in it. I want to bring up is that we're going to start something this year. It's called 100% family in this house. The auxiliary, Sons of American Legion, and Legion. If all three of the units hit 100%, we're going to give them a pennant. It's going to be bigger than this, but this is just an example. But it's, Clarence? Okay. Thank you very much for adding that. But what it is a matter of, this is the first one they're going to have, and hopefully it'll carry on from year to year. If all three entities hit 100%, we'll have a banner that you can probably put in your post as all three of them hit 100%. It's a little thing, if your SAL is sliding a little bit, here's a little thing to say, hey, we want to get 100%, make sure you do it. So just give you a little idea on that. Next up, I believe, is Diane Thibodeau in Special Olympics.
Good morning. As he said, my name is Diane Thibodeau, and I'm your Special Olympics chairman this year. I'm going to keep my speech short because I have a couple of people here that want to speak also. One thing I want to point out is one of the complaints I heard for a couple of years is you're not getting credit when you make your donations. You make it at your local level, your area level, and at the end of the year, you're not getting your plaques. I came up with a form, it's out on the website, under programs, under Special Olympics. It gives you the ability, whether it's your person or your post, where you want the money to go, whether it's a local area at a state level, and it's cumulative. So if you give so much first 6 months and then more later, it all goes to the state, but you state where it's going. Anyway, I would now like to introduce Nicole Harrell, who is one of the athletes. Nicole?
My name is Nicole Harrell, and I'm 30 years old, and I have been in Florida Special Olympics since I was 7 years old. I have participated in many sports when I was in elementary and middle school. I did track and field and gymnastics. Now I do sports which I can continue for the rest of my life. Those sports are golf, tennis, swimming, and bowling. Over my career so far, I have won 19 gold and 21 silvers and 11 bronze medals at state competitions. In July 2010, I was chosen to attend the Nationals Games in Lincoln, Nebraska. All of the athletes were flown out to the University of Nebraska on the private Cessna jet planes. I was a part of the Florida swim team, and I won 1 gold and 2 bronze medals. The National Games was a dream come true for me. Besides being an athlete, I also like to represent Special Olympics by being in athlete leadership program. In 2005, I was trained in Claremont, Florida. In 2006, the athlete leaders from all over the state went to Tallahassee to discuss our ideas about Special Olympics. Now, we all talk to other athletes about how Special Olympics can help to improve our lives. Special Olympics has helped me to able to get along with everyone. It has helped me to learn to listen to the coaches and follow directions. It has helped me to stay physically active It has given me the chance to make long life rides. It has given me the chance to travel with the team and coaches. It has given me the opportunity to talk with many people like you. The motto of Special Olympics is, let me win, but if I cannot win, let me be brave and do it again. Thank you all for coming here today. Our athletes and programs, thank you for giving me the opportunity to tell you about how much Special Olympics does for me. Thank you, American Legion, for listening to my story, and thank you for your service and to our country. I always say bye-bye.
That was an outstanding speech. Our next speaker is Aspasia Lindstrom. I hope I said that right. She's a coordinator from Young Athletes Program. You will see that she has a table out here down the hall. She's a fountain of information. I hope all of you stop by, pick her brains.
Okay, so I don't know how I'm going to follow Nicole's speech, but I'm going to try. First, I need to say something from the heart. I didn't, and I'm going to try not to cry. I didn't really realize what American Legion was, and then this weekend, I can't believe I'm crying. This weekend, I got to hear you guys. You didn't know I was listening, overhearing you tell your stories about service and the things that you've done, and I from the bottom of my heart, and from, I'm sure on behalf of Special Olympics, I thank you for what you've done for us and what you've done for our country. Okay, so the Young Athletes Program is a wonderful program. It's for ages 2 to 7 with intellectual disabilities and those children without, and we unify the programs. So we have these programs started in our schools, and the teachers run them. It's all Sunshine State standards based. So they really just get a lesson plan, and they can kind of go off this lesson plan. We just had our first demo at the state games, which is happening at ESPN right now as we speak. And for the first time ever, we had about 25 athletes there, and all the volunteers came, and they raised banners. Mickey Mouse came. So it was a really historical moment for us. So you'll start to really see the Young Athletes Program, or YAP, really, really beginning to grow. But, if you guys know any teachers or anybody in Lake Seminole and Osceola County, come by my booth and let me know. Also, from the young athletes, after they age out at 7 years old, we're going to move into Pee-wees and then on to juniors so that they can get into traditional and Special Olympics. But if you have any more questions about our program, I'll be more than happy to answer everything I possibly can. Again, thank you for your service in every way possible. Thank you.
That was a great report. Now we're going to get into program reports. Americanism, Steve Brennan.
Thank you, Jay. In starting, I do have some bad news. Some of you may remember Jim Patches Watson, who was past post commander at Post 39 in Vero Beach. And he was a speaker when Paul Martell was commander, and he passed away about 3 weeks ago. And I don't know, we didn't get it out on the website very well, but I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Excuse me. I got to go to Indianapolis in September to the National Americanism Commission, and one of the things I found at the National Americanism Commission was that Florida has probably the best process for choosing our Boys State delegates of any place in the nation. Several of the representatives there said that they had difficulty with no-shows and so on and so on. And I just wanted you to know that the Florida process is one of the best in the nation, and as far as I could tell, it is the best. We do have something coming up. Your posts should pay their money for your delegates. It's $325 now. Unfortunately, it went up, but that is due by December 23rd. I know the process doesn't really begin too much before the first of the year. I know when I was Boys State chairman at our post, I would contact the schools about the time we went back they went back after their Christmas vacation, because they need to know when their grades are due and that sort of thing. My wife's a teacher, and she says, "You guys don't make it any easier on us." And I said, "Well, it's not my fault. I don't do it." But anyway, we are in a great situation here. Our Boys State programs are better than almost every place else in the country, and I can attest to that because I talked to several of the people there, and it was an eye-opening opportunity for me. I know Joe's going to talk a little bit about oratorical, so I won't go into that, but there are a lot of programs under Americanism, and many of our posts are going great guns at promoting those programs. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of the conference.
Next up, POW MIA, John Dollinger.
Good morning. I'm here today to report on the POW-MIA program, both here in the state of Florida and on a national level. The program on a national level is administered by the Defense Prisoner of War and Missing Personnel Office, DPMO, and the Joint POW-MIA Accounting Command, JPAC. They're both out of the Department of Defense. As you may know, the Government Accountability Office has cited the program for mismanagement, riddled with duplication in personnel, equipment, and mission. The GAO report states that mismanagement started at the highest ranks, the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, and it continued through the ranks of numerous commands, all charged with the same task. At this point, DPMO and JPAC have exactly the same mission. Each organization has its own investigators, its own laboratories, and their own management. The mission is developed to be exactly the same, which has created the duplication. The Department of Defense has been charged with fixing the duplication and meeting the requirements of 200 investigations by the year 2015. The Department of Defense was first asked to fix the duplication in 2011. It continues. People have a concern that the likelihood of this duplication being fixed by 2015 is arguably a little slim. To me, the waste of money is offensive. But the more egregious issue has to do with the arrival ceremonies of the POW MIAs held in Hawaii. The Department of Defense has recently admitted that the ceremonies for the return of the POW MIAs is totally fabricated. They actually tow a plane from an empty hangar with empty coffins covered with flags. In a formal ceremony, the military escort carries the coffins past waiting families to hearses and then off to the identification laboratories. The Department of Defense admitted the entire event is staged to make families feel better about their POWs and MIAs. The situation has nothing more to do than making POW MIA families feel better. Unfortunately, those families have been lied to, and now they feel really terrible. Many people now question the POW MIA mission statement of keeping the commitment to the families awaiting answers. The state of Florida continues with our mission to educate and maintain the POW effort. This year for POW MIA Recognition Day, we created a specific memorial service, and that, along with the national poster, was distributed throughout the department. We will continue our commitment to education. We will be involved with the Cracker Trail competitions. We will be holding both vigil service and an educational experience on the table service. I will continue to provide updated information through the Legion link. If anyone has any suggestions or comments, you can contact me, powmia@legionmail.org. Thank you.
Thanks, John. Next up is Boy Scouts, Wayne Newman.
Good morning, Florida Legion! Wake up, wake up, wake up. First of all, I'd like to thank Commander Schwabe and the department officers for their faith in appointing me to fill out the rest of this year as your department Boy Scout chairman. Rather than dwell on facts and figures about what's happened, let's talk about what is going to happen, what's coming up. Don't forget that the Eagle Scout of the Year nomination has to be in the Carroll by the 1st of March. And she's told me confidentially, you don't have to wait till the last minute to get it in. It's okay. It's okay to get it in a little bit early. Eagle Scout of the Year, that's important. Are there any Eagle Scouts in the audience? If so, please stand up. There's one down there. Only 2 of us? Man, we've got to do some work here. We've got to get some these eagles that we've been producing over the years and get them in here. The second item on my agenda is the American Legion Knot. This is an award that's given by the American Legion to the people in the Boy Scout movement that are leaders, that are active leaders. Is there anybody here in the audience that has earned the American Legion Knot?
got mine right here on my hat. Okay? There have only been 23 American Legion knots presented in the state of Florida. There's only been less than 550 given in the entire nation. This is a really big deal. I'm going to challenge you, if you know somebody in your post that's active in scouting, whether you've got a scout unit in your post or not, doesn't matter. If you've got somebody that's active in scouting in your post, get them in touch with me. Let's find out if we can get them headed towards earning one of the most prestigious American Legion awards that there is. Okay? Number 3 on my list is the American Legion Camporee, basically known as the Florida Cracker Trail. They moved the date this year. It'll be the last weekend in February, the 1st and 2nd of March. It will be at Tonakita. It's been expanded. The participation is looking very good. The competition is really great. And if you've got some time that weekend, we can sure use some help. This is a project of the 11th District this year. The last thing on my list is Districts 1, 8, and 15 are in need of Boy Scout chairman. If you're in one of those districts, you know somebody who is qualified, has a scouting background, understands what the program is. Let's get them up and get them represented so that the work that we're trying to do with Boy Scouts is carried forward. And I know that everybody understands that the Boy Scouts was the first thing that was on the agenda to support youth in the very first convention for the American Legion. So all I can say is Boy Scouts are alive and well in Florida.
Good report, Wayne. Next up on oratorical, Joe McKim.
Good morning, Legionnaires. I'm Joseph McNeil. I'm pitch hitting for our chairman, Ron Musselwhite. Before I get into what he asked me to do, I'd just like to reiterate and attempt to encourage all of the posts within the state of Florida to embrace this program, because it's one of the programs that is not only monetarily is rewarding, but when you think about the knowledge that they can gain by doing oratorical, it's invaluable. So I encourage you, post chairmen, district chairmen, and area chairmen, to go out there and assist those individuals at the post level, at the district level, to get those students into the oratorical program. It's rewarding, and it may be rewarding to they win, because especially from the state and national level, because the rewards are, again, tremendous. I'd like to go over the dates, if I will. The post contest, basically, you are in the time frame for the post contest. You know the post, it has to start with the post contest, but the date that they must be completed at the post level is January the 12th. January the 12th is the completion for the post contest. The district contest must be completed by February the 2nd. February the 2nd. All district contest must be completed. The area must be completed by the 23rd of February. 23rd of February. All area contests must be completed. And as far as the state of Florida is concerned, the department contest will be held here in Orlando at the post headquarters, at the department headquarters, on March the 8th, Saturday, March the 8th. Legionnaires, friends, and sons of American Legion, I encourage you to embrace high school oratorical contest. Thank you very much.
Next up, security, Steve Schlachter.
I hope you take good notes. At the National Convention, there was no resolutions that came forth, and therefore there was no discussion. Thank you.
Next up, school medals, John Gibbons.
Johnny Gibbons, school medals, I will be brief. Now is the time to order your medals from Emblem Sales. You can do it over the phone with a credit card. You can get into any school by getting in touch with the counselors. They'll sell the program for you. It is one of the most rewarding programs when you get the thank you letters and the cards from the kids. Keep track of the number of Legionnaires that are working with you, miles spent, hours spent, the amount of money you spend, the number of medals, and the number of schools that you visited. You'll need that for your CPR report at the end of the year for God and country.
You had a very ambitious notepad there. The children youth, Steve. Sugar.
Good morning to all. You guys are on fire. You don't realize how much of effect every single one of you have. I am surprised that you continue to just burn and burn and burn, and all that burning is causing some serious excellence across the board. Let me express to you what has been accomplished in Children and Youth this year. I was appointed for a second term as your Department of Children and Youth Commission Chairman on October 17th. Oh, actually, prior to that, and on October 17th, I received a national appointment as a member of the Committee of Children and Youth representing the state of Florida. So that's a big thing. There's only 18 seats on this particular committee, and I'm the state representative for Florida. It's a 3-year term, and I will serve you well, and they will know what we do for children and youth here in this state on a constant basis. Partnered with the Florida Detachment Sons of American Legion Children and Youth Chairman during the 95th Annual Convention, introduced the G.I. Joss promotional huggable Don't Be Afraid product that the Legion family can obtain at a special purchase price due to a grant awarded by the Child Welfare Foundation. The product is to be given to children of military parents who are separated due to military deployments. They're on a table down here by FALPA, and I encourage you to go and take a look at it. Attended 11 district meetings thus far, expressing the department's Children and Youth program, providing suggestive ideas to enhance the children and youth activities, promote department covering both products, quarters for CODA, Child Welfare Foundation, and Project Homefront. Updated the Children and Youth program internal plan of action, Department of Children and Youth Chairman's Guide, which provides guidance on duties, responsibilities, and pending activities planned throughout the year. I authored monthly Department Legion Link articles, and I encourage you to go seek those out monthly because it's giving you information to plan in advance, not the month of, but the month after. I attended the 95th National American Legion Convention in Houston, Texas. I provided a variety of activities, or participated in a variety of activities, events, and rekindled relationships from around the United States. It was surprising how many people I saw and knew, and I attest that, if somebody here can attest it, that was our area commander for the East with Mr. Kiley, because every time I turn around and introduce him to somebody, he goes, gee whiz, how many people do you know? It's not who I know, it's who I don't know. Attended the National American Legion Children and Youth Conference in Indianapolis, Indiana during September, and shared ideas, received with the Children and Youth Chairman in attendance. At the time, that was Don Succi, who is now, he's from Nebraska, and he's also now the pending National Commander to be his aide. Trip report was released to Florida District Area Children and Youth Chairman. If you're interested in what that report was, it's online. In the national side, basically almost similar, but I can provide it to you if you request it. I received and completed CAP, Child Action Team Training for Children, or Child Welfare Foundation. Promoted American Education Week, November 17th to the 23rd. Get back here and make it happen, back in your districts and your posts. And National Family Week follows it, November 24th through the 30th. In celebration of supporting our nationwide educational opportunities and creating a healthy community in our homes amongst one another. November, folks, is the National Military Family Month, supporting our military and their families. It's every November. We should be doing all that we can to support them, and I know that you are and could and will. The National Children and Youth Commission of the American Legion provides grants and various amounts of direct support of organizations that directly benefit the principles of the American Legion Children and Youth Program. Through a collective effort, these organizations are identified through the year to draw attention to with requests to support their cause that directly benefit children and youth. The new list of 21 grant recipients was recently released on social media by National Department Headquarters, recently at a tune of $644,005. That information can be found on the national website. CODA, we're very familiar with. The Child Organ Transplant Association was established, and I established a professional working relationship with Doug Lipper, Director of Development, over the past 2 years. He's a Sons of Member of Carmel, Indiana. With the support of the Florida Legion family, field reports trickling in regarding funds collected thus far will make a difference for the Florida children in need of life-saving organ transplants. We will continue this vital endeavor to term, and we hope to have a good report to provide you at the 96th Annual Convention. Temporary financial assistance. This is an area that falls under me for oversight, but I'm here to report this information to you. Program serves veterans and active service members who have minor children at home and in their care. Established in 1926, grants are funded by the national headquarters in Indianapolis, Indiana, providing qualified families in need of offset necessities such as rent, utilities, and food. For the children of our service members and veterans, the possibility of homelessness, loss of basic utilities, and malnutrition is prevented via the TFA program. There's a lot of folks that don't know a lot about TFA. When I was at the Children and Youth Commission event up in September, they held a special class on TFA, and I was surprised how many folks around the United States are unaware of TFA. This year, Florida, the need has steadily increased. The program has paid out to date, and this is as of yesterday, $64,108.95. We've increased to date, from a year ago this date, $6,618.86. The increase is going up. We expect to reach $74,000 or more by the end of the year. This has directly supported 62 families. That's 5 families more than last year. Florida is rated 4th in the nation of 55 departments in receipt of funds that go directly to veterans in need through the dawning efforts of a dedicated team, a district field of investigators who verify and validate claims that our TFA director files in a timely manner to the National Office of the American Legion, seeking those funds to support desperately folks required and who need it most. Last year, I just identified similar type of statement. Is there any of the field investigators in this audience today? If you are, raise your hand. Would you please stand? There's a total of 35 that do this work. They volunteer. Thank you. They volunteer their time to get out there and make sure that the information is correct and reports it back, so our TFA director back at the department can ensure that it flies and they get the funds needed. I saw our TFA director last night. He had 2 more in his hand, so the numbers are going up. Over 1,524, that's 340 more since last year, veteran-assisted requests covering a variety of issues have been received by the department over the past 11 months. The bold red and green numbers that you see on the department website are the TFA and Guild Press is the number of veteran-assisted requests received and worked for the week. These are the phone calls that they receive every week that are numerous at times, asking for a variety of different issues or cares and things like that. So they keep track of all that to let you know that they're constantly receiving these calls and they're working diligently to get that information to them in support of them. The Gilchrist Fund is established with the intent to assist active Florida American Legion veterans of all ages in war areas that might otherwise go without even the most basic of needs, such as food, shelter, and utilities and transportation. To date, this has paid out a total of $8,734.80. That's an increase of $2,031.50 from last year, assisting 27. That's 13 more families that we did last year at this point. The Florida Children Youth Fund is now accepting applications until May 1st, 2014. On the department website, under the program's link, select Children and Youth Fund. This will provide information needed to apply for this grant. You take that form, use it as a checklist. It's very detailed, and when that information is received, I pull together a team who then will review it, will scrutinize it extremely, or as close as possible, and then we send it to the finance department of our department here, and they'll go ahead and they'll scrutinize it and make sure that it's clear, and then once it is, they'll stamp it, and then we can report during the summer convention who received what. Post-district area reporting is necessary. It is the easiest requirement to meet, but the hardest to complete. A suggested form to use is the semi-annual CY narrative report. December 15th, mid-December, or any time in December is fine. And then the annual report around the May time frame, mid-time. Those forms, see your Children and Youth Chairman, they have the forms in their packets that they've recently received. It's part of the booklet, and you can contact me direct and I can provide it. Reports from posts and districts and areas when received should provide a true footprint of what you have done to meet the needs and support of the 4th pillar, Children and Youth. This data is reported to the department, sent to national, and presented to our national commander to Congress on what the American Legion has supported over the year. It's extremely important that this information is received in a timely manner. CPRs is another one. You constantly hear us all talk about it. Consolidated budget reports. Please get the information in because we need that information to report on what you have accomplished. All Children and Youth Chairmen have received the Department of Children Guide, and these forms, where the forms are located. Legionnaires throughout Florida and United States have graciously supported our Children and Youth Coin and Pin fundraising. We have no more pins. We have less than 40 coins. They're out there on the table. Please see us so we can get them and get that money in and get it working to where it's supposed to. I thank you for your generous donations and support over the past 2 years, as they will ensure that every child gets a square deal. Thank you so much.
Come on now.
Fellow Legionnaires, one quick question for you. How many of you are aware of the urgency, the need, the humanitarian need, and the patriotic need of a blood donor? The blood donor charity, the blood donor program, folks. Obviously, a lot of you really don't realize that real need. Let me give you an example. According to the department records, this past, the 1st of November, I visited up there, only 61 posts out of the entire state of Florida has a blood donor chairman. Folks, that shows a large need for improvement. And I would hope most of you, your commanders and your district blood donor chairman, would jump on this program and show an improvement. It is a slight improvement over last year, but folks, we have a lot of hard work to do on that. One thing we need is communications, folks. when we call your district for an input or a report, please communicate back with us. Communication is very vital to all of our programs. And folks, in most instances, you'll never know who your blood helped. You probably never know that person, but just be assured that your blood donation can save up to 3 lives. And one of the most important things for us to remember, folks, in trying to get our blood donor chairman and get established blood drives, is something that's close to our heart. You know, we have something like 20 to 25,000 of our young warriors that are in hospitals throughout our state, our nation, and the world that need many, many pints of blood and blood products every single day. So please, folks, roll up your sleeve, donate blood. You can call me Dracula if you want to, but I just want to see this program improve. And may God bless all of you, our American Legion, and may God bless our troop service throughout the nation today. Thank you very much.
Next up is shooting sports and ROTC, Loretta Young.
Good morning, Legionnaires. Good morning. It is once again indeed a pleasure to serve as your ROTC and your shooting sports chairman. I'm just going to give you an overview of some of the things I've already accomplished and some timelines on some of the things that are coming up. I started out with attending 18 of the installations, and this is covered actually from West Palm Beach to Key West, and I spoke at several of their meetings and spoke about our youth programs and telling them about our shooting sports. I attended the Broward County Curriculum Briefing, and that's in the 9th District, and they have 29 schools there, and that's where they do all of their planning throughout the year. Now, if there's other districts that do that, I'd like to know about it so I can attend some others in the future. I attended the National Convention in Houston, and I spoke with area commanders from the 5th, the 6th, the 14th, and the 15th districts. I certainly want to get a chance to speak with all of the rest at some point in time. I volunteered at our Crossman exhibit, and that was at the exhibit hall, and they were featuring the Challenger air rifle, which is one of the sporter rifles that is authorized for our programs. And I want to thank the Department of Florida and our Finance Committee for making a purchase of that weapon so that we are able to have it on display. I have it here with me today, but I didn't want to bring it through the lobby, but it is here. I've showed it at several of the stops that I made. I attended the Service Academy Day. That's where all of the cadets and the people who are going to be participating at our West Point and Annapolis and the academies, and they do a briefing and instruct all of the young people going through the program, and I'm one of the chair people of that program, and it's my honor to serve on that. I attended the 15th District picnic, and also Post 199 at their first annual recognition award, honoring our PDC, Mr. Reese. It was a pleasure to be there. The 2014 National Postal Marksmanship Postal Targets are now on the website. They've been up for the last few weeks, and you can go on the web, pull them down, and this is the targets that are sponsoring and go to our youth. This year they changed it just a little bit. The price of the targets are $10 for each student who will be shooting. They don't charge a separate price like they did in the past, just $10. So it's a very inexpensive program for anyone out there. You can sponsor one or you can sponsor a team, so that's a very economical program. The annual Commander's Cup is the next thing really which is coming up. They've been having that for the last 8-10 years, I'm sure, or even longer, and it's in Titusville, and it's January 11th. So I hope some of the people in that area are able to attend that. It's an all-day event, starts at 8 o'clock in the morning, and it goes throughout the day. They make the awards in the afternoon, so it's very worthwhile to go and to support our youth. The Cadet Year application was sent out this year by Carol in department, and it's gone to each and every school. The problem with that program is that the cadet application goes out, it gets lost in transmission. It's very, very important that you follow up with these schools to make sure that they have it, because it gets in the office and they never get it. That's pretty much where I am right now. I have a list of things that I'm going to be doing, and I'll give you another update at the end of the year. It's been my esteemed pleasure to serve and to continue to serve the Department of Florida. Have a wonderful conference. God bless you all. God bless America.
Next up is our own Easy Rider, Jim Berg, Legion Rider.
Good morning, Legionnaires. I am the department chairman for Legion Riders, and I found out I got a new nickname last night. I'm now the zookeeper. I don't know why, that's my new name. I was sitting last night with a group of people, and someone made a comment about crazy motorcycle riders, and I had to point out to them that there are people that strap boards on their feet and jump off mountains and call them skiers. And I've heard, I don't know if it's true, but there are people that actually jump out of airplanes. I don't know particular reason, but I haven't seen it, but I've heard that might be maybe an urban legend, but I guess we're going to find out this year. Okay? I want to talk to you a little bit about what the Legion Riders, what we've done, what we're doing. We are now at 110 chapters at 4,700 members. We're growing. District 13, Legion Riders, and Sons of the American Legion are putting on the first annual Bob Proctor Memorial Charity Event the weekend of January the 18th. Be a weekend of fundraising with a golf tournament. There's a bounce house. There's all kinds of things going on. These guys have set a lofty goal of $30,000, but knowing their work ethic and knowing the guys who are doing it, I have no doubt that they'll do it. That money will be split between the Legacy Fund and Children and Youth. In Sebring, Small Post 74, a daughter of a combat veteran has created a veteran's closet where donations are being made of non-perishable goods, clothing, hygiene stuff, anything that veterans in need can use. And it's totally free. People come in and they get what they need, and they've said, you know, with cash donations, I'll buy more stuff. So it's really a great thing they're doing. The 11th District, through the efforts of Frank Maitland, who's also a Legion Rider and a district director, there's actually now a Legion post inside a prison, which our commander visited last month or so and can testify to that. They had regular meetings, and he said they do a POW ceremony like it's unbelievable, which I told him, of course, being the way I am, well, they've got a lot of time to practice. Not going anywhere, okay? But it's a great thing. They're true Legionnaires through misfortune, whatever's happened. They happen to be incarcerated right now, but they have a very vital chapter going there. 5th District, one of the Legion posts there in the last 6 years, has donated $160,000 to a local charity through fundraising and efforts and rides. Legacy Run is starting again at the end of March. GOAT, who's going to run it again, will be starting in Jacksonville, and this time it's going to go down and around. It's going to crisscross back and forth across the state. That's going to be a great fundraiser. And I want to talk about the rally. The rally will be next May. It will be at 117 in Palm Bay. Don't have to be a rider to come to the rally. Good times, good weekend. The last thing I want to do is I want to read you something that was given to me. I really don't know who gave it to me, but it seems apropos since Tom Bach was here from Colorado. It's called American Legion Rider. It says, when our country is harmed, there are those that respond. With honor and duty they're sent. In war and in peace with strength and resolve, it's the blood of the soldier that's spent. We fight and some die on these foreign lands with freedom and God at our side. And when our service is done, we need to keep on, so we join the Legion that rides. The souls of the fallen and breath of the living bestow God's blessings on this country's side. So when flags held aloft and the sounds of thunder, we join the Legion that rides. When our day is past and our duty is done, God's angels will ask, have you been a provider? What have you done for your country and man? I'll answer with pride, I'm an American Legion Rider. Commander, that's my name.
just a footnote, the commander of Post 398, the prison in Indiantown, he got out of prison about a month ago. He called me and asked me if he could come to the convention and speak. I just didn't have enough time to put him on the agenda. But at the convention, we'll try to get him there. His name is Ravenfeather, Donald Ravenfeather. And he's quite a speaker, so looking forward to hearing him. So, next up is our disaster preparedness, Dave Miller.
14 more days to go. The season's over. Actually, it's 14 more days to go until my job and my committee's job needs to get to work. The commander has asked me to put together a master plan of resources. So if your post gets damaged, you need help, you need building supplies, you have a kitchen, you need to feed people. If we can bring those items that you need to you and help you out. I've requested that from the area commanders. I have yet to receive any of that information back. It is vital to disaster preparedness that we know what kind of assets we have to help you. It doesn't help us sitting at home. It helps you in the times of emergency. I need that information. You all have my email. It's on the website. I'm listed in the phone, but I really need that information so we can get started on this master plan. In addition, I've been talking with Jimmy Roberts, who most of you know is the past national commander of the Suns. Jim has put together a plan, an emergency management plan, that hopefully I can get the executive committee to adopt at the June meeting. Right now, the state of Florida does not have a disaster preparedness plan in effect that we can find. I understand there was one written years ago that's gotten lost, but who knows what's happened. But those are the important things that we're going to need to get you prepared for next year. Can I tell you what next year is going to bring? No. Can I tell you believe in numbers? No. If there's 100 storms and it doesn't hit you, you've had a good year. If there's one storm that wipes you out, you've had a very bad year. So get the information to me. Let's get this program together. Let's get this package going. With that, Legionnaires, have a great day.
I just want to say, disaster preparedness is a very important thing. You don't need it until you need it. And all he's looking for is information from all of you as far as inventory of what you have. I'm asking the district commanders to get to the post and get that information to them. It's very important we have that. Might not have needed this year, but I'll tell you what, when you need it, and you're looking for help, and no one else is giving you information, it's not going to work. So I'm asking the district commanders and the area commanders to follow up on it to make sure that information gets to them. Thank you. Next up is Mr. Law and Order, George Worley. We're at Boise State, by the way.
Well, many hats, but I'm serving as department chairman for Florida American Legion Boise State. And I ask you to remember that Florida American Legion, when you speak, just don't speak Boise State. It's amazing how many people have sons and daughters that have gone to the program in Florida and they don't remember that American Legion is the one that sponsored it. So please include that. I'd also like to thank our Americanism Chairman Steve for being so observant in Indianapolis at the Americanism and Boise State Directors Conference. He told you that he observed the other states' programs, listened and talked about it. He knows a lot about our Florida program and how well our program is, and it does well. I've been telling you that for the last 35 years, haven't I? Now here's someone else to confirm it also. The program is always working well. Our director, Frank Samara, is in his second year of Boise State Director. He's currently tied up this year with a special project in law school. He's due to graduate in December of this year from law school. He's got to complete the special project, otherwise he'll be here with you also. What makes Florida program work as well as it does? What starts with you at post level by your selection, the selection of the best candidates that you can find from your local communities. You take these 530 young men, bring them to Tallahassee, and then the counselors, administrators, and everyone else in the program, the elected officials, others, work together to make these young men achieve another level. They come with knowledge. They come with ambitions. They come with the ability to speak so well. But yet, the process they go through of being led into the state and local government process of Florida American Legion Boys State, and then by actually doing the program themselves, electing the officials, going to the Capitol, serving the House and the Senate chambers, passing legislation, and all the events that week, they emerge a much better young person with the ideals of citizenship, Americanism, and patriotism to this great country of ours. This is why, when they come home, they'll tell their parents, and like they tell you at post level, wow, what a week I had. I just can't believe it. And all the people and all the friends that I made, friends for life, many of them, right? Let me talk about administration process and what we have changed this year to assist you at post level and at department headquarters. You will, when you receive your Boys State packets, how many of you already have your chairman's guide, by the way? Most of you do. If you haven't got your chairman's guide, let's make sure you get that, because like Steve, our Americanism chairman, reminded you, the checks from Post are due by December 23rd to reserve your spots of those 530 young men that will receive this. And I think it's a great privilege. You realize only 530 out of juniors from, what, some 600 high schools in the state of Florida? I don't even know the numbers, but only 530 have the opportunity to attend. So the big change we're doing is your alternate delegates. You've always submitted your white cards on your delegates, all the information. They've always received the total package. Now you're going to submit your alternates on the blue form with their total information and to department instead of holding them in a hand. Because we have found that to try to get the information and make sure all the information is there in the last few weeks or even the last few days before the July date of Boys State, that it can't be accomplished. Like the Samsung application, that has to be signed back at their local high school. July 4th weekend, or a week or two in front of that, where you find people at the high school for the young man to apply for the Samsung scholarship. So by sending in all the information on the delegates and the alternate delegates, Carol Pope, our programs director at our American Legion office in Orlando, has the opportunity of receiving an email or a phone call from you and saying, I need to replace delegate with this alternate delegate. Should be there right in the file. She's got it. She's already checked it when it came in back by March 15th to make sure all the information was available. So this alternate delegate will also receive the same packet as the Boys State delegate does. Should they attend district briefings? Of course. If they're really sincere and they didn't get selected as a delegate and they want to really qualify for an alternate delegate to move up the delegate, they need to go to your district briefing. They need to have everything accomplished in that packet that was mailed to them. Yes, not all of them get to go. Maybe none of them get to go if you're very diligent with the Boys State or delegates that you chose. But it's always a good idea to have a backup delegate or two. I'll be around the rest of the weekend if there's, some personal conversations and so forth. Yesterday we had a meeting. There was a district chairman and Boys State chairman there. We talked about these new activities. We talked about how the program's going. And this afternoon I'll meet with the district Boys State chairman. So we want to keep those communication lines open. We want the district chairman talking with the post chairman, post commanders, all of you that are so interested in this very youthful, vital program. And I feel like it probably is the best program of all of our American Legion programs for leadership, Americanism, citizenship for our young people. Now, oratorical comes right behind that. I know y'all are out there. But oratorical, we can't touch 530 students who want to try to attempt to do the oratorical program in a year's time. But we can do that with Boys State. By the way, many of those Boys Staters either have done the oratorical program or they're going to do it in their senior year at high school when they leave Boys State. I thank you for the time, and again, I thank you for your dedication to post level to submit to us at department level such good Boys Staters of the quality that you have chosen. Thank you.
Does anybody know the date that the money has to be department for your Boys State? Okay, now you all know. So don't say, oh, I didn't know it was that day. Next up is Stanley Gold, our National Legislative Chairman. Stanley Gold.
Thank you, Commander. This is the first time I'm appearing as national chairman. I've been state chairman, and I'm glad that Paul has been given the appointment of a new title, state chairman. The main difference is he handles Tallahassee, I handle Washington. There are so many bills going up in Washington, and there's so many reasons why members of Congress don't want this bill, or they don't want that bill, or they want something else beside. I used to be very active in two other major organizations. I still am in one, the postal organizations. And I go to Washington with the Credit Union League for 20 years. I was on a committee which handled each congressman that I saw a check. The only thing I can tell the congressman that I represent the Department of Florida, 135,000 members and their families. But I need so much help when my article comes out in the link or on the web that the individual commanders or individual posts read it and get it out to their members so the 135,000 members can know which bill to vote on. We're up there in September, with 8 of us. We visit our 27 members of Congress and our 2 senators. We present them with our 10 items that the National Commander gave at the hearing of the Joint House and Senate Committee. And this yesterday, the Senate approved the cost of living for veterans, which isn't that much, and the President probably signed it Monday or Tuesday. The House signed it on the 28th of October, which gives a 1.2 or 1.1% increase starting January to all those receiving those retirement and disability checks. I don't know what you're going to do with that money, but good. But it's so important that the 135,000 members, when they get that, know which amendments to read. Like outside of this table, there's information on the homeless veterans. That's HR 29. You've got to be able to put it in your paper, newspaper, individual newspapers. And the best way to do that, if the editor or the president doesn't know how to put out a paper, they should belong to FELPA. FELPA is the Florida American Legion Press Association. I'm getting postal and Legion mixed up every now and then. And just when I came up here yesterday, I was asked by the adjutants he introduced me to this Frank Medina, who is the national chairman of I hope I'm pronouncing it right, Bora Engineers Congressional Gold Medal Alliance. This is a porter, he's also a member of the American Legion in Orlando. But he asked if the American Legion can help him, his organization, get due recognition for the 87th Infantry Division that was made up of Puerto Ricans during the Korean War. This group received probably more decorations than probably any other regiment in the Korean War. They received 27 silver stars, there's 600 bronze stars, 2,700 purple hearts. They lost over 700 of their own. They took part in the last fierce bayonet charge against the Chinese. They were outnumbered almost 12-1, and they captured the hill that they were supposed to catch. That was the last charge, probably bayonet charge in go down in American history. So there is a bill now by Posey, Congressman Posey from Florida, H.R. 29, that gives due recognition to them. We supported when the Navajo Code Breakers got their gold Congressional Medal of Honor. We supported the Tuskegee, I'm not pronouncing it right, Airmen in 2007, and the Japanese, and the Gold Medal Award in 2012. And we like to see this group here get it too, they deserve it. So that's just another thing that the American Legion does, help veterans. But we do need your help in getting the information out to your members. And that's about all I have to say, because I was told not to talk more than 10 minutes, 5 minutes. But I want to say, I always have to thank you. I couldn't do my job without Rachel Castleberry and Carol Pope. They're my right hand. They're actually my left and right hand. Thank you.
Next up is Mr. Paul Martell, State Legislative Chairman.
All right, 5 minutes, that's it. Good morning again. Good morning. This morning. 1 minute, oh my God, getting worse. Ladies and gentlemen, I assume that you received a copy of our talking points as you came through the door this morning. If you have not, please see Mary, my wife, sitting in the corner, and she has some extra copies, and I wish you would take it if you don't have one. And what this is basically, it's self-explanatory, isn't it? The commander wanted to have a few talking points to speak to your representatives/senators. And the reason being, we talked about it, and he wants to be able, when you speak to the individual, to be able to not have 20 or 25 different points you want to bring up, but be concise. So you can take your time, whether it be a minute, 30 seconds, or 45 seconds, whatever it may be. So you have a chance face-to-face, if possible, but at least off the phone. If you can call them and encourage them, if you can talk to them face-to-face, that's that much better. Our goal is to make darn sure that they recognize who you are and what we are about. We're not just a bunch of veterans sitting in the bar having a beer. We do work, we do reasons for our community, for our veterans. And these talking points, we believe, is a good start. On the second page, as you saw, they were brought up, and our legislative, whoever he is, the guy up in town, I know, but what is it? A lobbyist, there you go. Our lobbyist, Bill Hemmings up in Tallahassee. We ran across him, and that's where we got the amended part of it, that these are already in the pipeline. But it'd be great to call your representatives, and when you talk to them, say, oh, by the way, thank you so much for voting for this. If you haven't, would you please consider? Remember, we are nonpartisan. It doesn't matter what affiliation you are. We're here for the issues. We are issue-driven. That is the mandate down from national, and I fully, wholeheartedly agree with this. Now, I have the great honor to be with Stanley Gold when we go to Washington. And I'll tell you right now, him being a Democrat and me being a Republican, if we were in that room, it would be something to behold. But the bottom line, we can talk that because the same as you have your thoughts, your dreams. You can say whatever you want, but when you're in front of the representative and you're talking about these points, please be respectful and just talk about these points, thank them or her, and go on with your business. I will be sending out more and more information as we get closer. Right now, the commander and I and a few others will be going to Tallahassee in January to be able to speak to some of the representatives and senators and our governor, to be able to talk to them about our points. But if you know him or her, it doesn't hurt to have 2 or 3 people speaking to them, encouraging them to make sure they support us, because we support them when they need to be reelected. I'm changing hats real quick. I got the authorization from the commander. This is about the 2020 convention. Real quickly, I won't go into total detail, but this all started from a little conversation that we had, and our adjutant says, you know, he really don't have time to do it. I said, I'll take it. And he gave me the name to call, Bridget, who's the convention event coordinator for National. They sent down a complete file of what we have to do, and we had the help of a coordinator. Her name is Heather Allen, here in Orlando. And we also, and you know, sometimes we have to give recognition to people more than once, twice, or 3 times. But I cannot say enough to each and every one of you how well and how much help Mary Barnett has been to this one particular project. I want to give her a round of applause. Mary Barnett is one of the most intelligent ladies I've met in a long time. Not to take it away from anybody else, but she knows her job. And she has been outstanding on this. Anyways, with Heather Allen's help and Mary Barnett, we contacted Orange County Convention Committee. We also contacted Tampa. We set up at the headquarters. We came in. There was about 7 of us, including the commander and the adjutant, Jerry Molinex, and 4 or 5 others. They gave their presentation. Orange County was first. And I'll tell you the truth, they did a great job. They really did. I was impressed. And then Tampa came up after. And damn, they blew our socks off. They promised and said the right things. They showed us the right things. They were well organized. They had all their books lined up. It was just fantastic. So after they left, we had a round vote. It was unanimous. Tampa. Mary, through her diligence, contacted them. They invited us over, and a group of us went over there. They gave us a tour of the whole complex, of the hotels, and one of the great things about this whole system is that the furthest hotel at the present time from the convention center is a mile. A mile. When you walk into the convention center, you walk into the main doors, and you're going to have a choice. Left-hand side, the American Legion Auxiliary and the Sons of the American Legion. Right-hand side, the American Legion. It's that simple. You won't be climbing upstairs constantly and et cetera, et cetera. It's really laid out fantastic. A point I want to bring up real quickly. If in fact you authorize us to have this convention in Tampa, they are going to have, you know, at lunchtime it's a mad fiasco. Everybody wants to get lunch and et cetera, et cetera. Well, they're not only going to have the food that's in the convention center, they're going to bring in food trucks, and they're going to be in a circle. So you'll be able to pick out, God knows what it's going to be, you know, I don't know, Italian food, German, Chinese, I don't know. But it will give you another avenue to get your lunch and get back to your business. Great, water, real quick. Water, they got water taxis, they got trolleys. What's the name of that place up there? Yeah, Yarborough City, I'm sure you've heard of it. Well, whatever. Ybor, Yarborough, it's some Spanish name. Anyways, what I want to bring, that is about 1.5 miles from the hotels. They got trolleys, they're going to bring it right there. Basically what I'm saying, I think it's one hell of a city. They told us that they're going to give us the keys to the city. We will be the only one convention there. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Just one more thing, Paul.
Legislative state to national convention. All right, what I wanted to do is I've got some housekeeping notes. I wanted to go ahead and ask each and every one of you to stop by our vendors. They supported us this morning with the coffee and the donuts and so forth for your to take care of you. They're here because we've asked them to be here. They're providing benefits that support us. So please stop by and say hi to them. Tell them you thank them for being there, and I would certainly appreciate that. I also want you to know that we're working with David Moss, which is a dealership here in Orlando. If you know any veterans that are looking for work, he's hired 40 veterans, from mechanics to salespeople to managers. So if you know any veterans who's looking for a job, let me know, and we'll point them in the right direction. We also have a truck logistics company down in Fort Lauderdale who's looking for truck drivers, semi-tractor trailers. So if you know any veterans who are looking for work, let us know. We've also got that squared away. What's going to happen is when we come back this afternoon, the first thing up is we're going to go ahead and honor Bob Proctor. His wife, Ruth Proctor, will be here. So we ask that everybody be here and seated and ready to go by 1 o'clock. So we certainly want to go ahead and honor him for his services for the American Legion and his wife. We want to give them the resolution and thank her for being a part of our family for many, many years. After that, we're going to go into membership, and then we're going to go into the $20,000 raffle. Now, I hope somebody here walks away with that $20,000. And believe it or not, when we do the raffle, I have a special guest that I am confident you will love.
All right. Is it me?
No.
Mary?
Okay, flag of our country in place, hand salute. 2. We're in recess till 1 o'clock. Thank you. Okay, can I have your attention, please? I'd like to bring the chaplain up for a memorial service.
Please uncover. This memorial service is for those officers that have passed on this year. But let us not forget those family members and loved ones who are sick in hospitals and that need our help and prayers. So keep them in your help and prayers and thoughts. In memoriam, William B. Seaman, past department commander, 1997-1998. Robert Bob Proctor, past department commander, 1987-1988. National Executive Committeeman, alternate, 1990-1999. National Executive Committeeman, 1999-2013. Charles Chuck Moreland, past department commander, 1992-1993. Lee Earl Esp, past 5th District Commander, 1996-1997. Michael McWatt, 13th District Vice Commander. Henry Stone, past Department Finance Committeeman. National Distinguished Guest Committee Vice Chairman, 2000-2013. And William Bill Sorick, past Central Area Commander, 1992-1993, past 16th District Commander, 1990-1991. Let us pray. O Lord, you have shown us that death is but the gateway to a more glorious life. and that we must not fear its coming. And we know also that neither life nor death, or death can separate us from your love. Assure us yet again that our departed comrades are not lost to us, but sharing new life with you in the kingdom of our Father, where we shall in your good time be reunited. We know them to be them with you forever. Our Heavenly Father, in his infinite wisdom, has transferred our comrades to the jurisdiction of the post everlasting of the American Legion. May their souls rest in peace. Amen.
Sergeant at Arms, at this time, would you please bring forward Bruce Proctor? Please be seated. This is from our past department, Commanders Club, and National Memorial Resolution in honor of Robert J. Proctor. Whereas Robert J. Proctor passed to eternal rest on August 15, 2013. And whereas Robert J. Proctor gave more than 45 years of devoted service to the American Legion. And whereas Robert J. Proctor, a Vietnam War Army veteran and a member of Post 19 in Orlando, Florida, distinguished himself by unselfish service to our country and its fellow veterans in uniform and out. And whereas Robert J. Proctor gave of himself with distinction in support of American Legion ideals on a variety of commissions and committees over the years, including 1985 and 1986 Department Vice Commander, 1986 and 1987 National Americanism Council Vice Chairman, 1987-1998 Department Commander, 1988 to 1990 National Distinguished Guest Committee Vice Chairman, 1990 to 1999 National Executive Committeeman Alternate Member, 1999-2013 National Executive Committee Member, 2000 to 2005 National Convention Commission Liaison Committee Member, 2002-2003 National Legislative Commission Liaison Committee Member, 2003 to 2006 National Resolution Subcommittee Member, 2005-2006 National Finance Commission Liaison Committee Chairman, 2005-2013 National Citizen Flag Alliance Advisory Committee Member, 2006-2009 National Resolution Subcommittee Vice Chairman, 2006-2013 National Legislative Commission Liaison Committee Chairman, 2009-2013 National Resolution Subcommittee Member. And whereas Almighty God blessed the American Legion by sending his servant to help guide our purpose, and whereas the Department Commanders Club adds its voice to the chorus of praise and honor for the many accomplishments of Robert J. Proctor, a member of this club's executive committee. Now therefore be it resolved that the past Department Club, Commanders Club, on this 26th day of August 2013 in Houston, Texas, does mourn the passing of our distinguished executive committeeman, Robert J. Proctor, and that we commend to all men his works and to God his spirit. Signed by Vice President Robert Morrow, Chairman Executive Dick Pedro, and the President Clarence M. Bacon. At the fall meetings, the National Executive Committee met, and the American Legion Resolution, Robert J. Proctor, Florida, whereas it has pleased Almighty God, the great commander, to summon to his immortal legions our beloved comrade, Robert J. Proctor, Department Vice Commander 1985 to 1986, Department Commander 1987 to 1988, National Executive Committeeman Alternate Member 1990 to 1999, National Executive Committee Member 1999 to 2013, National Citizen Flag Alliance Advisory Committee Member 2005 to 2013, National Legislative Commission Liaison Committee Chairman 2006 to 2013, National Resolution Subcommittee Vice Chairman 2006 to 2009, National Resolution Subcommittee Member 2003 to 2006, 2009, 2013. Whereas we humbly bow to the will of the divine providence, while ever cherishing in our hearts the memory of his distinguished service to our country and his outstanding contribution to the American Legion's comradeship. Now therefore be it resolved that the National Executive Committee of the American Legion, in regular meeting assembled on this 26th day of August in the year of our Lord 2013, does mourn the passing of our distinguished Legionnaire, Robert J. Proctor, that we commend him, and we commend to all men his works and to God his Spirit, and be it further resolved that in token of our common grief, a copy of this resolution be presented to his family, signed by our National Commander James Jim Counts and our National Adjutant Daniel Wheeler. The American Legion, Department of Florida, Resolution Robert J. Bob Proctor, who was an SOB, sweet old Bob. Whereas it has pleased Almighty God, the great commander, to summon to his immortal legions our beloved comrade, Robert J. Bob Proctor, National Executive Committeeman 1999 to 2013, National Executive Committeeman Alternate 1990 to 1999, and Department Commander 1987-88 of the Florida American Legion. And whereas we humbly bow to the will of the divine providence, while ever cherishing in our hearts the memory of his distinguished service to our country and his outstanding contribution in American Legion comradeship, now therefore be it resolved that the past department commanders of the Florida American Legion on this 15th day of November in the year of our Lord 2013 do mourn the passing of our distinguished Legionnaire. We commend to all men his works and to God his Spirit, and be it further resolved that as a token of our common grief, a copy of this resolution be presented to his family. Ruthie, there's 15 past department commanders here that have signed this. They're fine. We owe gratitude and death to Bob. I tried to explain it yesterday to a lot of the people that have appointments. Bob Proctor, or I should say years ago, we fell out of grace at National. Bob Proctor built our image up at National, and he was put on what they call the team of 16 that run the national organization. And he looked out for Florida. Without him, we wouldn't have the 50 national appointments that we have this day. We went from 0 to 50 because of Bob Proctor. He has always been a great asset to this American Legion Department of Florida, and he will always still be a great asset in my works for you.
33 years ago, when I married Bob, I knew I had competition because the American Legion was his first love. He loved all of you very much. He'd be very proud of this. Thank you.
this memory book to you. Some of the early photos were provided to me by Mike McDaniel. The others I took at various events throughout the state and nation. To you, Ruby.
Sergeant at Arms, please escort the membership chairman, Doug Darwin, to the podium, please.
All right. Welcome, good afternoon, Legionnaires. I love being in a room full of veterans. It's my favorite people to be around. It's probably why I was divorced 4 times, married to 4 civilians. Couldn't handle that. Okay, as your department membership of Florida, I'd like to honor some outstanding Postal Legionnaires today for their achievement. Postal Legionnaires who have gone beyond the call of duty, performing membership for the American Legion. Each one of you are on our membership team, and I task you with that, please. Our job this year was to make Art fly. And after looking at that chute in Art, he's gonna sink like a rock. Great job. Mike, you make fly. Yeah, 110%. Before we start this year, I'd like for the Sergeant at Arms to bring up last year's past commander, Art Dudley, and past year's membership chairman, Jim Ramos. Before we get started with this year's awards, we had a few awards that were unable to present at convention. We apologize for the delay, but as the old saying goes, better late than never. With that being said, it's time to honor some great Legionnaires. The following Legionnaires were certified to the department for recruiting 10 or more new members into the American Legion family by May 22nd, 2013. They will receive a certificate and a nameplate placed on the top 10 plaque that the post received last year. With the following Legionnaires, please come forward if you are here. If you're not, if they're district, post commander or district commander, come forward to receive it. Robert Campbell, post 16. Kevin McCaffrey, post 37. Clyde Thompson, post 137. David O'Deal, post 163. Rosemary Early, post 163. Bob Blanco, post 273. And our PNC, past National Mayor Clarence Hill, post 316.
Congratulations and thank you very much. Next, we have 4 Legionnaires who received the top 10 recruiter plaque with their names inscribed on for their post. With the following Legionnaires or a representative from their post or district, please come forward. Richard Izey, post 67. Ira Anderson, post 71. Nancy Thomas, from post 71 when she received this award. Joseph Logan, post 194. And Donald Garenza, post 129. Congratulations everyone for your great achievement. Please come forward. Okay, for achieving the highest percentage of membership, we'd like to present 3 past district commanders and 1 past area commander with some beautiful watches. With the following Legionnaires, please come forward. Category 1, Val Fraley. Past second district commander. Category 2, Butts, past and current 15th district commander. And category 3, Bob Kiley, past 6th district commander. And could former Eastern Area Commander Mark Johnson please come forward. Can we get Gunner and Jim Ramos back up here? Thank you all very much. Okay, before we start off on this year, first off, I want to tell you about one of the most amazing ladies I know that's here in this room, and that's Irene. You just don't know how amazing this thing is. I call her basically every day, or we email. When we got here, she handed me the stats for Thursday. Well, yesterday, she went home last night and processed all the membership she had. And the numbers changed, the rankings didn't change. I'm sorry, Bob, you know that. But then, today, she has also processed 369 more memberships just this morning. So let's give her a big round. She truly makes my job easy. Well, we kicked off this year with a bang, and this group here is doing a great job. We had 148 posts, 15 districts, 6 areas that achieved 50% of their membership goal by September 4th. If your post, district, or area is listed on this screen, would you please stand and be recognized? Congratulations for achieving a 50% membership goal, and thank you for the job you're doing. Our next goal was reached by October 2nd. It was 55%. We had 196 out of 293 posts, all 16 districts, and all 6 areas that achieve 55% of this membership. If you're opposed, this means everyone will be standing. 16, and everyone needs to be standing and be recognized for 55%. Thank you very much for your hard work and dedication. The last goal achieved before Fall Conference was 65% on October 31st. There was 187 posts. All 16 districts in all 6 areas achieved this goal.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone, we already had you stand up, but thank you very much. I appreciate you giving a round of applause. The posts achieving their 65% goal were divided into size categories. The posts in each category with the highest percent of membership will receive a chance to win some money. We've changed the rules somewhat. Instead of the grab for cash, we've gone and done in the past. Now we have Plinko board, similar to the one The Price is Right. The cash amounts from $5 to $500. The following 7 posts have the highest percentage of membership in their category, and it's now time to play Plinko. So, with the post commander or a representative, when I call your post, please come forward, and I'll say it. Come on down. Category 2, post 333, Robert Doyle, post commander. Category 1, Martin Link, post commander, post 145. Now category 2. Category 3, post 27, Joe Vogue. Category 4, post 300, Eugene Polinsky. 200. Category 5, post 37, Richard White. Category 6, post 318, Daryl Bowie. And category 7, post 347, Timothy Tierney. My last name's Darline, and you couldn't even say it if I showed you how to spell it, so I'm sorry.
Quick sheet song. 25.
You see that? It was a magnet in there.
Yeah, right on the 250.
I would say go ahead. Your chip is. know 347, the biggest post in the world, gets 500?
That's 18 cents per guy.
Okay, we'd like to honor 16 districts and 6 area commanders for receiving 65% of their membership goal by October 31st. We'd like to present them all with a check for $25 and a certificate of achievement. Would all the district commanders and area commanders come on up?
Come on, Mikey, put them checks. That's what I figured out.
Okay, I think everyone's got their checks? Oh, no, not yet. Mike,
No one, no.
All right, let's give these area commanders and district commanders a big round of applause. I appreciate everything they do. And this membership being here, thank you all very much from the bottom of my heart. Now I got told by Sam Mann, y'all have to leave the stage before I bring anyone else up.
Stage collapse.
Okay, here we go. I'm proud to announce that we had 17 posts that achieved 100% membership on or before the fall conference. On 3 September, Palm City Post 399 for the first post was the first post to become 100%. Post Commander Frank Maitland, which isn't here, is he? Please stand and be recognized. Job well done. And for reaching this goal, on or before October 31st deadline, the following 15 posts will receive a $50 check. 17 posts will receive a $50 check to buy lots of turkeys for Thanksgiving and a certificate of achievement. With the following post commanders of the following posts, please come forward. Post 52, Kimberly Flanders. Post 69, Henry Roeder. 68, recruiter. 71, Ira Johnson. Post.
Andy Anderson.
Okay. Andy Anderson. Post 114, Barry Glover. Post 144, Richard Dooley. Post 145, Martin Link. Post 166, Robert Scott. Post 168, Bernice Hill. Post 187, Charles Williams. Post 220, Lawrence Roberts. Post 287, Willie Dennis. Post 328, Diane Schmidt. Post 344, Robert Doley. Post 388, Stephen Salaka. And post 399, Frank Maitland. Congratulations and bon appetit.
Let's tighten it up, tighten it up. Don't wake him up.
Is the district commander from Lake County, post 52? Are they there? Come on. Oh, it's here. They're here. DC. They're here. All right, congratulations once again. I appreciate it. If we can take everyone down and get a picture down there for everyone, I appreciate it. Bob Brewster present. Man, I get his check. No, I'm going to go through this anyway. It is my distinct pleasure to honor a Legionnaire who has submitted by his post for recruiting 25 new members into the Legion by October 31st deadline. Robert Brewster, post 373. Not here. But can a representative from the 5th District please come forward? We'd like to present him with a check equal to one night's stay here at the Fall Conference this weekend. Let's give a big round of applause for Bob, even though he's not here. He does a great job doing the recruiting. I know his wife told me one time she hates to go out to dinner with him because he talks to too many people walking in and out trying to get them into the American Legion, but that's a great thing. That's what we all should be doing. Before I close, I just want to say the membership staff at the department is doing a great job. They're there to support you. I'm here to support you. If you need any help, my email, membership@floridamail.org. Let me know, or legionmail.org. Let me know. I'll be happy to come out there. I travel every month. Art always calls me once a week and says, where are you going? So I gotta tell him where I'm going, but I appreciate it, and I would love to help, but it's each and every one of you that make the difference. It's not me, it's our staff. We're all one team, and we're one great membership team in the state of Florida. And remember, let's make art fly. That's my thing. This includes membership awards. Now, check out page 18 through 23 in the Membership Information Awards Manual, as there is a lot more awards to be won during the next few months, including the chance to be entered into a drawing to win either $1,000 or $2,500. You'll find the forms and criteria for these great awards in the Membership Information and Awards Manual. Congratulations to all of you for your great achievement. We are grateful to each person and post that participates for awards, and a special thank you for continuing to support the programs and activities of the American Legion. I certainly, it's an honor to serve you as your department membership chairman this year, and I'd like to thank everyone for your commitment and your participation. Thank you very much.
We're waiting for a special guest to get here. It should be here in about 10 to 11 minutes. So let's take a 10-minute recess. How's that? Okay. Hey, Sergeant Arms, close the door. Okay, we'll reconvene the fall conference. Earlier last month, we had the National Legion College happening and everything, and we had 3 individuals that went to National Legion College. So the 3 individuals, please stand up and be recognized. Okay, Jonathan, unmute this. All right. Sergeant Arms, please get our special guest.
Happy. Are you all set for this drawing? All right, let's get her done. I don't know if you know who I am. My name's Phil Robertson, Duck Dynasty. As a matter of fact, Al Porter and I went out to Duck Dynasty and we presented a plaque to Uncle Si for his service to our country. As you know, he's a Vietnam veteran. But we also gave a plaque to Duck Dynasty themselves for what they do is bring back family values on their show. If you notice at the end, they all take their hats off, sit down, and do a prayer as a family. I think that's important that we recognize that through a different organization, and I thought it was worthwhile. Even though we didn't get to see any of the Robertsons except one of the grandsons, it was the right thing to do for the right cause and the right reasons. So thank you very much. That is hot. No, there was no one there outside of the grandson. You probably don't know this, but they are all college graduates. Though you wouldn't see, if you wouldn't notice it on the show, they act like Robinson. But it's a good show. So Alice wanted to put me onto it. Now I can't watch. I've got to watch it all the time. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. The fall 2013 raffle, Saturday, November 16, 2013. The first prize that will be drawn will be a prize for $20,000 or a new car.
We'll put you in a drawing.
Spin the wheel. You done? Past National Commander Tom Buck. is,
That was mine, and I didn't get it out in time.
the winner is Mr. Samuel Soris, S-O-R-I-C-E, Satellite Beach, Florida. Satellite Beach, Florida. We have 12 to 12. The next drawing is for $2,000. Reach deep, Mike, reach deep. Mr. Errol F. Verducci, V-E-R-D-U-C-H-I. Earl F. Verducci, The Villages, Florida. This next prize is for $1,000. Edwin H. Hugg, Lake City, Florida. Edwin W. Hugg, Lakeland, Florida. Stephen J. Jedrick from Homosassa, Florida. Stephen J. Jedrick, Homosassa, Florida. That one is for $500. The next prize is for $500 also. John Stallsmith, Cape Coral, Florida, $500. Next prize is $100. James Bourque, B-O-U-R-Q-U-E, B-O-U-R-Q-U-E, and he is from Jacksonville, Florida. That's $100. Mr. William Mahoney for $100, Clearwater, Florida. Mr. Gene A. Linkwiller, Sarasota, Florida, $100. The ninth winner is Bruce A. Barney, Pensacola, Florida, $100. Two more. The next one is Miss Joe Della Castillo, C-A-D-E-L-C-A-S-T-I-L-I-H-O. Wow. Buckland, Missouri. The next one, the last one, in fact, this is number 11, is Dwayne Hanson from St. Cloud, Florida. Dwayne Hanson. And last but not least, Mr. Edward T. Durante, D-U-R-A-N-T-Y, Durante, and that is from England, Florida. Is there such a place? Inglewood? No, it's Inglewood. Excuse me. Inglewood. Inglewood, Florida, for $100. And that concludes the raffle.
Gunner, I'm sorry you didn't win. I don't know where you're at. That's, sorry. Maybe next year. I just want to remind everybody of all the classes that are after here. We got the Sergeant Arms class, we got the area training class, if no one's been to it, a couple other classes of NAPA, I think, another one, but If there's no further business, let's all rise, and we'll have the chaplain give us a closing prayer. Uncover, please.
Before I begin, we have one more individual in memoriam. It's Frank Montone, past 8th District Commander, past Southwest Area Commander. Please keep him in your thoughts and prayers. Let us pray. Father, we ask you once again to bless everyone who gathered here today, their families and loved ones. And now, dear Heavenly Father, as we go our separate ways, we ask you to help and guide us through all the coming days. Be with us and safely lead us down the service road. We thank you for your loving care. It will help lighten the load. We thank you for your blessings. Go with us as we part. See each one safely home and lighten every heart. Amen.
Cover. Will the Department Vice Commander and Sergeant at Arms please recover the POW MIA flag. Okay, I also like to thank the vendors from Regions Bank, Neptune, Pure PS, Naval Aviation Museum Foundation, Quillen Historic St. Augustine, Merchant Choice, Payment Solutions, Variety, Folpop, CODA, VSHA, STS Products, Orange County Tax Collectors, LIT, Legal Shield, Special Olympics, and Eric McGinnis, National Service Officers. And I also like to thank the people at Color Guard and people that worked the doors for us this year. At this time, color bearers, will you please retire the colors? Pat, no, hold on.
Thank you. Okay. Hey! Mary, color! Right? Hey! Forward, forward! Right? Hey! Prepare to close color. Prepare to retreat color. Fire!
And salute.
Retreat. Color. Retreat. Home. Left. Swing. Forward. Forward.
2.
Order. Oh!
I now declare the general session of the 95th Annual Conference of the American Legion Department of Florida adjourned.